Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing? Who's ready for another bright week right here? It's Trade the Pool, of course, and I'm excited to get things started, guys. I'm a little late to the seat here, but I've been working hard in the background. We'll see if we get some moves today, looking to see if we get another move in gold. But right now, we're starting to slip a little bit. I'm wondering, and my top question for the day, just to get things started, did we see the overnight topping of the semiconductor rally? Because the euphoria is absolutely crazy. Twitter is absolutely going wild. Everyone's throwing up the what I call the shots. You know what I'm talking about, the ones that are just celebrating those big gains out there. Did we just see a short-term top? Things to be thinking about. We'll talk a little bit about it, the contrarian trade, of course. Let's get right towards a little bit of the sunrise report. Then we'll bring on Michael Nas, get right towards the market action, guys. Excited to get towards another week here. Let's get right to it and talk about some sunrise report. In absolute dominance right now in the equity complex this morning. We'll see what happens as oil is on the watch, right? 97.09, still not over above that 100, but some things that we got to look at, right? CEG reporting its earnings coming in here. We'll take a look at CEG, but let's keep taking a look into the market right now. Let's continue going. And right now, of course, everyone's talking about the oil conversation. There'll be something that will be a view there, but nothing that I think is important for this moment. It's all really based on the recent action that we've seen in, of course, tech, right? I mean, just take a look at the SMH, right? Other names continuing this morning. SNDK was up there towards 1660 in the overnight action, right? So yeah, you got to come here on Sunday night, guys. You don't understand. I see a lot of prices up, right? And even opportunities like Intel. So last night, if you were get here right around, let's say 10 o'clock, this had a nice little spike, and then right into the late hours, right around here, you were hanging out at the 126. You could have taken an opportunity there and made a nice, another $7 here just overnight coming in here on Intel. Intel up there to 132. Can the party keep going? I think that's what everyone will be watching, right? So I think we need to see what happens there. Moderna also up. So let's talk a little bit about this action here that we're seeing right now in some of the healthcare names. Let's go to Moderna's here as one of the top movers right now. You're seeing it up there towards 59.50. If you scroll back, this had, of course, an amazing Friday action continuing in the overnight and then continuing this morning. We'll see how this continues to push as it surged on speculation flow of its pipeline, proving that hot money is desperately seeking non-correlated beta entirely disconnected from the broader physical supply chain constraints currently strangling the market. We'll take a look at some other names that are up and down right now. We'll just flow right through them. Autodesk is moving around, of course. CEG had earnings, so we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. Autodesk, you guys can see it up about 4.8%, getting a sustained bid. We'll see what happens as asset light design platforms are getting a little bit of a push there. Intel, of course, getting that continued rally. We talked a little bit about that already, but getting that rally as domestic semiconductors just continue with this massive grind up, right? I think that's really going to be the biggest thing to watch this week. There'll be some earnings stocks that we can talk about. We can preview that, but let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Nas. Let's talk about the market. Let's get into what's going on right now, and then we can talk about some plays before the market bell. All right, let's go ahead. How are you doing, Michael? It's a rally, and it's been a fun, euphoric ride. How are you feeling going into the week? Oh, a good old EV muxer. type of morning. So we'll get Michael Nas fixed here in just 2 seconds here, guys, as I start to see some of my stocks trickle in. I did take a dip buy this morning and got stopped out in a trade on the SQQQ. I took a little spot there this morning, got cut out at the 42.40 spot there, but I was really small. I'm watching to see what happens today. See if we get some semis a little bit on the takedown there. But let me see. Do I have Michael Noss? Do I have a guy named Michael Noss?
I turned it off and back on again.
Wow.
Yeah. What I was saying is they're shorting into this. I got a whole presentation. I'll show you guys in a second. But they're shorting into this. They're getting short. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. It's almost as well. I'd say it's even more crazy in 2025, where we're pounding the table into the COT data.
Yeah.
That no one's participating in this rally. They're shorting, and it's just it's nuts. Like last year we said, okay, this probably ends when a few hedge funds blow up, and that's kind of what happened. You saw a bunch of hedge funds blow up. It's got to be the same this time because it's worse. So just to reiterate to people, so what the market looks like, it's pretty nuts, right? It's overextended in the short term. You don't need to be a CMT to see that. But if we take a look at some of the data here, this is the ETF flows as of Friday. So the top one is SOXS. Got $600 million now under management. Woo-hoo. They're loading into this short play, just piling in. And again, we can go back. This is the chart that they're buying. So they're basically shorting the semiconductors here. They think that's a great idea. The whole way up, they've been shorting into it. Maybe they're right this time. I don't know. Next one down is SSO. Which they're adding into, which is the actually kind of from the long side of things. But yeah, they're shorting the crap out of semiconductors. Insanity to me.
Yeah.
Then if you look at the other side of things.
They did it on Friday. I don't blame them. But if they're doing it going into this rally, I just can't.
The whole way up, they've been buying. And this is what they're redeeming, what ETFs are redeeming. The Qs, leverage Qs, and SOXL. So they're shorting SOXL, which is the long version, and then they're buying the short version of it. So that's, I think, if all you need to explain this rally is that there's a whole bunch of people out there who are trying to pick tops for ages.
A good one to look at, right, is like that SOXS. It's at $8. It doesn't have too much more to go. They might have to do a reverse split on their shares.
Again and again and again, right? And that's the thing is,
and again,
the beauty I think about of these things, and I talked a little bit about our WhatsApp chat that I've got Claude working on buying the ETF.com API and then starting to pull it in, because I think there's edge here, because these have to be short-term traders and generally larger traders. Yeah, yes, there's some kind of degens like us that trade inverse ETFs, but if you ask your average investor, you ask your dad, your uncle, if they know about SOXS, they don't. So these are vehicles. Now, the most charitable thing that you could say is that maybe they're hedging, right? Maybe they're like, okay, I'm going to buy, that's what the vehicles were designed for. I can put half the amount of money in and I can hedge against this. Maybe. I think it's a little bit more than that. And then we go into the commitment of traders data, right? So we grab, this is the ES, and again, this bar chart on the bottom is how much they're either long or short. The ES, and you can see they've been getting more short here the whole way up, and they haven't covered as of yet. Now this comes out every Friday, and it's delayed a couple days, so maybe, but there's been that no capitulation yet. Like I mentioned in 2025, I get more bearish or more neutral when this chart gets back to neutral, right? When the short position starts to get unwound. That's not happening. It doesn't mean we need to go straight up, but it means when the first pullback comes, we know there's a ton of people short and they are going to potentially cover those short. So it could mean that the first crash that kind of happens, because you look at SNDK, there's got to be like a 10-20% pullback in the wings at some point. But there's a lot of people short that name. So it also means that they have to come in and potentially cover that, because you can't stay short these particular things forever. If you look at the Nasdaq, so they have been long the Nasdaq most of the time, but they've gotten less and less long the Nasdaq as it's gone on, and they're essentially neutral at this point. So they've covered most of this Nasdaq position which again is insane. No one's long right now. Everyone's short. Lastly, Bitcoin. They're doing the same thing on Bitcoin where they're selling their Bitcoin as it's rallying. So there's a lot of people out there betting on this top. The big guys out there are betting on the top. Now, could they be right? Absolutely. Right? You could get a pullback in SMH, but unless there's some sort of like catastrophic news event, then what's the pullback going to be? 10%, 15%, 20%? Is SMH going to go into a bear market and go down 20%? It's like, okay, they're going to be there to cover that position. And that's why shorting these things is so crazy to me. Is like best case scenario, you're making 20, 30% on your short. Congratulations, right? You've called the exact top from SMH all-time highs into a bear market. What do you have to miss to get it? Did you miss it doubling on the way up in order to get like a 20% pullback shorting? And you have the chance of blowing out because, like we saw that SOXS chart, wouldn't shock me if they've already have a split on the horizon where they're like, okay, well, we have to do this reverse split because you have to book these things ahead of time. You just can't like wake up one day and say, we're going to do a reverse split. Let me see. No, nothing booked right yet. But yeah, I don't know. Everyone... it's like the most brain dead take is, yeah, we're overbought. Like that's the simplest take. So yeah, we have to stop or we have to pull back at some point. We can't keep going at this rate forever. That is the obvious take that like anyone you show this chart to goes, yeah, that's a little bit overdone. But the positioning is just not there. The positioning is to the other side. The positioning is to the short side. So until someone gets blown out, and I think we see in the news XYZ hedge fund has gone under, that might be the catalyst. Maybe it's the SpaceX IPO. It could be a lot of things, but it's going to have to be an event. It's going to have to be something is going to have to happen. And when that thing happens, they're going to want to cover their shorts. So they have to figure that out. And I was thinking SOXS was 2 times, actually 3 times leverage. So yeah, these guys are really getting smoked. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe they know something or something like this. But historically, if you look at this data, they don't know anything. And they're just as dumb as the rest of us. They're just bigger and more wrong. Mm-hmm. But that's what I'm seeing is everyone's mad. Everyone's short. Retail is doing the opposite once again. That's 2 times in a row. We've got the institutions. So in 2025, institutions shorted, we bought. 2026, institutions shorted, we bought. So good for us.
Good for us, indeed. We will have to continue watching how it works into today. Will we get a little bit of a short-term top? We will have to wait and find out. Getting a nice lift in gold this morning as AU starts to break 110. And remember, I was on AU. I sold it last week into the rip. Not mad about it because it was going into earnings. I kind of had to sell it, right? It was kind of one of those trades where I had it on. But it's ripping, it's pushing. And what I did on Friday is I doubled, tripled, dipped in gold. So I have names like WPM. I have names that are a little bit smaller. I have a mid cap as KGC. And I went all over the place. I went bigger, mid cap, and then small cap, Michael. So I tried to mix it up a little bit. And then I went small cap, BTG. I was like, you know what? I'm going to try one of these small little gold names
little
and
chunky ones.
See if this thing can just, become a little rocket.
Well, and this is funny because up here in Canada, anyway, if you listen to our version of CNBC, it's all these little crappy junky names trying to promote themselves. Like this is our version of meme stocks up here because we've got so much gold and so much kind of junky gold miners.
Do you ever trade those names? Like,
I've taken some shots. I don't. It doesn't.
Do they move? Is there day trading action in the TSX?
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, there's
right?
most.
You know what I mean?
Now, most of the big stuff. If you look at our market, it's like a third financials, right? So most of our market is financials, and then it's oil and gas, and kind of metals and minerals and things like that. And that's the TSX. And then we have what's called the TSXV, which is like our version of like the shitty OTC kind of names. And yeah, you get these, and they're lotto tickets. They're usually companies that think they have gold under them, but they don't know. And people will invest in them because they find gold. The stock goes from a couple cents to 10, 20, $30. Or like with most cases, there's no gold there, or it's like really hard to find. It's really hard to deal with, or it's just not economically worth going to get it. And then you get, the going to zero, right? Having to raise money, reverse split, go to zero over and over and over again. But yeah, you can find a lot of them will be listed over here as well. But if you want the real junky ones, you go to the TSXV and get right into that. But that's your garbage of garbage companies.
Definitely. And guys, join our earnings challenge, guys. We don't have a raffle today because, of course, there was no major earnings on Friday. But join our earnings challenge. We're going to be releasing the raffle here, guys, celebrating with you guys, getting some cash action. And, of course, you guys can hit that up. You guys see the link there in the chat. Go ahead and hit that up. And I saw some names talking about some movement in the chat there. Michael. Pre-market move there. Hey, the Michaels keep it coming. What are you seeing out there? Let us know. Like always, you guys can let us know stocks that you guys see moving. If you chart SPY and gold, it shows what you're really going on. I'm looking for it, man. I am looking for it. Can gold and SPY be correlated here? Can there be some correlation to play?
BY divided by GLD. Just for those who don't know,
I'm going to have to not look at gold trades because gold trades like a runaway trade too. And it's like one of those trades where like if you do get it trending right, like let's say like the AU trade, right? I sold it because of the earnings, but I could have held on that trade and I would be up like 10 points already, right? And it's a runaway type of trade. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and it's how commodities move. It's the way I was taught.
But
commodities are they're nothing then everything, right? They'll do nothing for months and years and decades sometimes, and then all of a sudden, because a lot of people, they look at the gold now and they say, well, this is crazy. But if you go out on gold, do GLD and do like a monthly chart, it did nothing. Like this is 2010 to 2025. It did absolutely nothing. This is why I own some. I really wish I could say I still did, but this is like kind of punked out on the way up. But this is as kind of beautiful, cup and handy as you could, right?
Was that Karl Marx that said that?
The gold that does nothing and everything? Don't. The socialism guy? I don't think so. Could be.
I'm doing the research, man. I'm doing the research. We'll find out.
Oh. It was an old trading saying, and just how commodities, and it's why you'll see so many trend traders in commodities, is because if you think about, if you just said, okay, I'm going to buy gold every time it makes a new 52-week high, and I'm going to put a tight stop on it, you get these paper cuts every now and then all you need is one of these to work. And same with platinum and palladium, and what was it, cocoa a while ago. Cocoa like tripled. Because of some weather phenomenon. You have like orange juice that does it. So most guys that are like pure trend followers, you'll find a lot of them in the commodity space because it just makes sense, is that they don't move because of earnings reports or anything like that. There's some sort of fundamental shift that happens, and they can go way further than people think. Like silver, you would have got dinged 100 times probably trying to buy this breakout in silver. But you finally hit it. It doesn't matter. You got dinged 100 times. You 3x your money after that. It's much harder to do in stocks. Stocks are a little bit more of a mean reversion asset, and commodities are a little bit more of a trend following asset. But I say that, but look at MU. Tell me there's any mean reversion to be had there.
We will give the phrase there to Jeff Curie in investment philosophy, and he was a former head of commodity research at Goldman Sachs. He used this concept to describe the commodity supercycle. The nothing phase, during long periods of low inflation, commodities are tested as cheap and invisible, right? And then the everything phase. A supply shock like a war or underinvestment occurs and making the physical goods scarce. So I think this is exactly what we've seen. Think about it in the way that we've seen things, right? I like the rotation mentioned too. It says that investors sell expensive growth stocks, which are hurt by high rates, and rotate into cyclical stocks like energy, miners, and agriculture. But in this case, it's great because they're rotating into those names and staying in the growth stocks. Ooh.
Well, and that's, I know a couple systematic funds that actually blew up, and it was for that reason, in which the they basically had this SPY versus utilities chart as a risk on, risk off metrics. The idea is that when people are worried about the economy, they'll sell their growth stocks in the S&P 500 and they'll buy utilities. So if utilities starts really dramatically outperforming the S&P 500, you should be worried. That was the premise behind it. And it was one of those things that worked for years. It was an amazing indicator. But then all of a sudden, utilities got lumped in with AI. So now there was a handful of utilities that were the growth stocks. Like I think it's either 2025, I think it was, where was it VRT, which is a utility stock, was the best performing S&P 500 name. And there was, or was it 2024? I can't remember. But anyway, there was, it talks about these correlations and how they exist until the moment they don't. And you have to kind of reclassify. It's where some discretion would make sense. The ability to look at that and say, yes, utilities are outperforming SPY, and yes, usually that's a bear signal, but it's where you kind of put on your understanding of the world hat and say, well, utilities are no longer treated like a safe haven asset the way they were before. They're more treated like, okay, well, we need these utilities to power the AI. So there's a correlation now between utilities and semiconductors. And so yeah, it was one of those models that, like most things in the market, works great until it doesn't, and it's all about your ability to identify when it doesn't and make sure you get out of the way, and you don't kind of stay dogmatic about, oh, utilities going up must be a bad thing, but you sit there and you think, what could have broken my system, and hopefully you get some sort of good idea of what ended up breaking it and kind of move on with your life.
Looking for some trades out there, right? I'm looking in metals and minerals. Basic materials is really the area that I'm kind of focused on, guys. I'm looking at gold, right? I'm looking at metals. Because one of the things that I'm thinking, right, is the downstream effect, right, Michael? Right? If these semiconductors are really that important, and I'm just going on price action, right? If they're that important, well, guess what? Then the rare earths become that important too. Right?
Yep.
It's a downstream effect, right? So why not play the downstream effect if I've missed the rally, right? Well, I've missed some of this rally in tech. I've partaken in some of it, right? But haven't gotten all positioned in. Well, just go looking downstream, right? What could be coming? So I think that's a move to rare earths and energy. So those are the things that I'm looking for. And that's
REMX. Is that that's the rare earth ETF.
Yeah.
If you want to take a look at that.
And does that look primed to get going? What do you think?
Just
right?
broke.
Just thinking my mentality and then your technical analysis. What would you say on that technical analysis side?
Just broke out and clear top here at 103. So beauty of breakouts is they're very easy to trade. If you're above 103, you could be long, and then you lose 103, and it's time to go. It's time to kind of back up, but it makes sense. It's important to see what happens. And this was the point of me kind of showing those ETFs and inverse ETFs, is there's really no data to be gleaned as things are ripping. It's really hard because there's no back and forth of the market. There's no price discovery, I guess is the best way to put it. The information is given on the first pullback, on the next pullback. Is it do we pull back and that's the end? Everyone had fun. Hopefully, the game musical chairs is over. Make sure you exit. Or is it one of those where it's just a little pullback? We see, some basing, things kind of dig in and hold on, and then you see a move higher. I don't know. One other chart I wanted to bring up that I thought was interesting, get your take on, is if you do, now that we're talking about ratio charts, if you do NVIDIA over SMH, this is like as low as it's been in ages. So this is NVIDIA versus, it's a monthly chart, and do like a daily chart.
I wish I can search my Twitter page right now, man. This is what I've talked about for a while. The outperformance, right?
Well, it's like, so
throw AMD on there though.
It will probably be the opposite.
Yeah, you'll see the opposite effect, right? And there was a shift there that happened. And that's what downstream effects really. It's not saying that NVIDIA is bad here, right? I wouldn't say necessarily that NVIDIA is bad here. Just the outperformance going away from it. Right?
Yeah, so there's AMD starting to, and it's just a rotation thing. It's like, okay, how much more The question you always got to ask yourself
juice?
is it priced in? Yeah, is it priced in? Or is it to the point, and I remember saying this on this stream, where, Jensen Huang can't go to the bathroom without 5 analysts at Goldman Sachs emailing their bosses. It's
Can't
when
side
it's
boobs anymore.
when it's that covered, it's baked in. It's like, okay, everyone goes, we know. It's the earnings report for NVIDIA used to be super important. And like, there's the famous thing of people like going to bars in New York City and kind of hoping that they beat earnings. But now,
Guy was
right?
signing boobs, let's be honest.
Right. This dude was a rock star.
Dude was
but
a rock
everybody,
star. It was
everyone
80s
knows
rock
now.
star for a little bit,
Right?
with all the leather.
There should be no surprise now in NVIDIA's earnings. And if there is, that's more of like a failing of Wall Street than I think it is a success of NVIDIA. You should know, because they're spending millions of dollars following this dude around. We should know what they're reporting. There shouldn't be any surprise with that at all. And if there is, again, that's more of a failing of Wall Street. So I don't think the market really cares too much about NVIDIA anymore. And then the question becomes, well, what's next? It's great that NVIDIA just stopped going up and relative basis, right? Like we saw with the relative, the SMH, but the market wasn't too punished from it. The market didn't really care. It was able to go up without it. So it's like, what's next? And this is why you don't want to be the guy who's like, I trade and own NVIDIA. That's like my thing. It's like, okay, you could be trading this chart right here that just broke out, looks okay on the way up, or you could have just been someone who's like, I'm going to find trends and gotten any of MU or any of SNDK or any of these things. It's why it's important to like stay light on your feet, right? Make sure you're moving around.
Stay light, guys. 9:25. We're about to go to what's driving the market today. Looking around for some trades, and like I got TMC on the radar, MP on the radar, guys, for recovery look. Trying to get after it today, guys. Let's get ready for it. And then, of course, we'll be watching some tech names, right, to see what happens to this out the gates, right? You can always look for the deep pullback day also. Another thing to look at, quantum names really starting to get going now, even like the ones that had been in the dirt, right? Like this QMCO really started to get going last week. So take a look at those types of trades out there. And keep your eyes on semi names overall. And I'll be looking to see if some of these can just recover right back, right? Any tech name that's also pulled back, like a setup for me is like an ANET, right? I love these setups where it's like a long-term trend line. You came back. This is still a tech name in the AI space. Had some bad earnings. Went down 2 or 3 days. You can clearly see some dip buying around the 140s in this thing. The amount of volume coming in this, they're just like, well, yeah, I'll take the opportunity. If this thing has any give back, it can get right back up there. We'll see what happens. That's ANET. But a name that's been pushing there, and I think parabolic, is Dell. People don't realize, I've been talking about it this last week, how Dell is parabolic. And then last week, what does it do? I was talking about it on Tuesday night. And from Tuesday night just till today, it's already done another 20%.
Dude, you're getting a Dell.
Dude,
it's funny because
a Dell.
That's what people remember
the
from it,
should
right?
be coming out, man. I mean, think about it, man. Dell was in what? In 2023, it was a $50 company. It's a $250 company now. $250.
Well,
I mean, that's not a small jump. That's not a small.
And it shows a smart pivot. Sometimes you see companies pivot, like for example, GameStop trying to buy eBay, and you're like, well, that's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. But it's like, okay, Dell, you already are good at manufacturing computers. They already had like a small business data center business anyway. And the dude just smartly kind of pivoted on his left foot and said, screw it. I don't even know if they probably do. I don't even know if they make computers anymore, but it'd be one of those, it'd be interesting to see like the pie chart of revenues now. It's like
it's a side gig,
It's probably that pie chart of personal computers is probably shrinking down to near zero. So yeah, just a smart, and that's, market loves that. Market loves CEOs and head of companies that can kind of see the forest for the trees and say, yeah, selling people laptops, making you sell someone $1,000 laptop, you make $100, $200 off them. That's not that's not the thing anymore. Let's, get into the data centers. Let's move the thing. Let's do the thing. And you
This
get
will
great
help
charts
you,
like
right?
this, right?
When you get a 73% year-over-year increase on your data center. Yeah. Your data
Right.
center is probably doubled. And now your company's worth almost 4 times as much. This is why we pay attention to pivots. This is why we pay attention to models. And also understand leaders to laggard. This is a leader to laggard kind of thing, right? Of course, Dell is not a leader, but now it's starting to catch up to the other leaders, right? So
if the story's strong enough, everything will kind of
exactly.
You just want to hop on and
or
away you go.
find the secondary, right? And this is part of the basket approach, right? You can always play the leader on pullbacks and find secondary and like third stream, right? So you first look at, competitions, and then you work downstream, like we talked about for the AI trade, going to uranium, energy, right? That's like working down the list. That's how institutionals think. Let's be the institution, guys. All right, let's talk about what's driving the market leading into it right now. Let's take a look here. This is shaping into Monday's rally here. Of course, energy is going to be the watch. WTI at 97. Can oil continue? Will we get any conversation in the market about, of course, the war? We'll see what happens there. And of course, we'll see if the market can continue on this AI rally. It's going to be one to watch. Let's get after it, traders.
It's down 0.1 off the open. Pretty nothing burger of a move to begin with, but obviously plenty of day left, plenty of week left. I didn't even look. It's like the more things, the less this stuff matters. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing from the economic standpoint at all today. Oh, what? No. I was about to say, after all these years, was Forex Factory like demanding things from me? But no, it's good. Tomorrow, CPI and things like that. So tomorrow will be a more interesting news day than we're seeing today. All right, SPY moving here. Let's go into
Watch what's leading here. Out the gates, energy is leading, basic materials, and healthcare. Silver, chemical, copper, gold, baby. Aluminum starting to catch up. I like that look here. Aluminum 9 EMA around 63, 65.
It's NWN. Natural Northwest Holding Company. Oh. Yeah, that's all right. MU. Uh-oh. Robot short MU. Pray for me. This is part of the thing, right? You just gotta do what the robot says, even though you look at it and you immediately.
Ooh, look at Alcoa, man. That thing is ripping. I told you, basic materials pushing strong. I'm trying to grab it here. It's just going too fast, and I hate when this happens. I can't jump on there, but I was trying to use the DOM, but then I had like the recenter on, and it was like dragging me back towards where the price action was, and I was like, dude, just let it go. Like, I'm trying to get down here. I'm not trying to buy all the way up there, dude.
Pulling you all over the place.
LEXU.
Wow, MU is just popping. We'll see. SLV, look at the pre-market action on SLV has been pretty wild. Gold as well. I know you're talking about opening range. Not really anything there, so we'll just kind of hang out and wait. Same with the Qs. Nice, huge pop off the gate. We're close to the pre-market highs there. Let's take a look at SMH and see. SMH new highs. So we broke the pre-market or the post-market highs, after hours, I guess we could call it, before the fun times. We're through those. It's a massive rally, just absolute crazy action.
BTG, baby. Gold, baby. I love gold. I love it. It's up to 550 already, guys. I'm getting one of those gold breakouts, and I'm loving it. Look at this one. This is so pretty. Probably one of the prettiest charts I've seen in a long time, Michael. HYMC. Like, put this one in a book. Put it in a book.
The reason
it
I
in a
laugh
book,
is because
dude.
remember we were talking about how AMC had it and like sold it out in the
Oh,
twos.
they're so dumb. This is like the best looking chart I've seen in a long
Yeah.
time. I actually love this breakout right now, guys. I would love a pullback for like day traders. This is pretty. Give me a pullback to 41, and I will take a shot.
Oh, it's a beautiful chart.
I'm almost up
war.
200 on WPM. That's looking really great. Up almost 5% on the name. Almost up 5% on HKC. BTG starting to rip almost 5% there. I love gold, baby. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, the SPY is looking like we're gonna
I can't even
potentially
jump
break
to
yesterday's high there. Potentially.
silver is moving too, man. Silver, if you guys like silver,
Gold's crazy cousin.
she's crazy, all right. But man, I can't even grab anything else. Like everything's jumping in basic materials like way too fast. Like gold names are just flying high. I can go through some of those, but I'm trying to find some leaders to laggards. Look at that WPM chart. That's what you want to see out the gates. It's hard for me not to sell some into this big rip. I'm going to try to get some out at like 145.
Wheaton Precious Metal. Oh, I remember this guy. This was big back in the day. Look at that trend. Ooh.
That is a nice little opener there. I'm looking for a move till it's like 145, then selling out like 75% of it.
Oscar continuing. Crazy action there.
I'll put 145 out. I'm going to put it out there already because I can't keep my eyes on it. Then for KCG, let's get up there to 200 and just cash. It's 33 and all out.
My swings here was a good one. Good week last week for the
Alcoa
swings.
ripping now another 50, 60 cents from when I've talked about it, guys. So that's been a nice little run there. I did dip buy LEU. So I just want to mention you guys that I am dip buying some uranium names. So I got to keep this one tight because this one's a little bit of a wild flyer. She's a wildflower. Got to be careful with those wildflowers.
Yeah, XLK up, but topping a little bit. So first 5 minute was huge. Give him it back just a little tiny bit there. Mag 7 down 1% on the day. So I love seeing that. RSP and IWM are both up as well. So it's not just actually RSP and IWM are outperforming the SPY. So that's great for us. Qs, again, giving it back just a bit, but it's just a little bit of a pullback. Tax talking about Humana. Oh man, my Oscar. This has been fun. This thing. Just bam. Get irresponsibly long this thing now. Oh, talking about Dell. I'm long Dell. Okay.
Take your long Dell, baby.
She's trading. And again, we're making a slight change here where I'm just putting out these profit targets. Trying to take a few bucks here, a few bucks there. Again, I did the math in the long run. She ends up working. Bam, there. Miss that. Okay.
Man, this is a nice opening rip here. Nice opening rip. I did dip buy some basic materials and now looking to see what's getting the nice little push here. Energies, utilities, industrials pulling back a little bit. Basic materials with a nice rip out the gates here. Healthcare is having a good day and holding, guys. So that's one area I'm seeing. Tech, I'm seeing a little bit of a pullback. Financials pullback, defensive pullback. So that's where I'm seeing the pullback come in. Healthcare holding well. Majors. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, this DX. I see you guys talking
look
about
at this
DXYZ.
Biogen. I've been looking at for a while, man. Biogen looking good. BIIB. And it's a out of favor name. I like the chart overall. The weekly looks like it wants to come back to trend line approach. Classic kind of little cup looking look. Cup and handle off the bottom. 233s are kind of my target. Like could be a nice like 18% from here. 18-20% trade. All right, starting to get a little bit of a pullback in the gold trade. Thinking about taking some profits on the next push. So next push, I'll take a little bit of profit just to pay myself to make sure that I'm, going in the right direction. Let's just say that much. The one that I'm watching is the penny stock. That one's flying high. Could be taking some more trades, but one of the things I've been trying to do more is if I have trades in the green, just maybe take one shot, but from there, just focus on like working the positions, right? Working the green. Don't focus so much of, oh, well, because you're in positions and they're going well, now I need to go like double, triple down, right? AU going now to 111. So big rip there and gold continuing. There is one name that I'm keeping on the radar, which is Path. I got cut out of it last week. I do like it as a lower dip, like kind of investment name. So Michael, I love to throw these at you, man. If you put this on a quarterly, and I know this sounds dumb, but on a quarterly, the bottom is 916. You're trading at 1085. You're an AI name, AI agent name. If anything happens where AI agent and they can figure things out, they've had some issues. So I think that's why it's come down to this valuation. But a lot of the investors have let this go. I think this can get going. If it gets going above 11, who knows? Maybe you see 13, 15s. And 13, of course, that's 18%. 15s is like 40, 50%. So
right.
I think it's a good look.
Basement window trade, so that's
for sure.
You've got a clear, you lose 10, losing on 950, 10, 950, you're probably good to go.
The only reason I'm not so confident is that I've been doing a research on these, Michael, doing more like level 1 breakouts, like base breakouts. And this one would just be, there's too many qualifications that wouldn't classify this one because of where the 200 is. The 200 is like way up there towards like 20. The EMA or like an SMA would probably be like, let's say probably 18. So it's still two under the 200 to think that it's going to come back all the way to the top. But that's not what I'm saying either, right? I'm just saying just get me back to 15 and that's good enough, right? So
yeah, and if you look at like
kind of mentality.
Some of this outlet I got out of them.
All right, guys, we might be able to get a cash on today. Let's go to my screen here. We might be able to do a little celebrating here if we get to WPM's celebration here. Let's go. 4380s now starting to show up there, almost to 44s. I'm probably going to take the run in KGC here too. So let's go ahead and I'm going to trail it here as it starts to rip. You see a breakout, right? Well, I need to celebrate this breakout in a second. So let's see if we can get this move up there towards I'm really wanting to sell towards 33, but I'm all the way down there, right? So I'm willing to start cashing in here.
Damn, Larry's saying bought Oscar at 1080 on March 30th. It's time to sell. It's at 21. So
at some point,
non-investment advice can't tell you what to do, but you over doubled your money on it. It wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world to pay yourself a little bit, right? Man. You could sell half and you could own the rest forever.
Your money and run.
My thing on Oscar is that it's getting to resistance, but it's just a giant kind of cup and handle look. So they could have room to go, but it's just doubled, right? So the easiest thing to do if you ever get a double, a lot of hard rules I have about that is just you take half of your double and you say thank you. And then if you want to hold the rest forever, that's fine. If it goes to zero, whatever the value of the thing is by the time you sell it, that's your profit because you've gotten your money back. So it just takes the edge off. Right? You just go, okay, well, I'm an Oscar guy now. I got free shares.
Oscar Mayer wiener. Let's talk about it. You're an Oscar Mayer wiener, man.
You own it.
If I was an Oscar Mayer wiener, that's what I really hope to be.
I'm out of my, I know you guys are talking about DXY, in and out of that one. That was the first profit of the day. These things are nervous. They're making me nervous. I'm short MU, MRAM, Dell. It's been a lot of these things are a little scary on some of these guys. SPY just broke to new highs there. It had, so that 5 minute wasn't really a super pullback. It was more of like a rest. So just be careful there. That's if you're short, we made new highs. At the same time, the Qs have not. So we're seeing more of that potentially,
All right,
this rotation. So maybe we're selling large cap stocks and when we're buying other things, could be what's going on.
time to trail. The trail's on, guys. The trail's on KJC. Let's
Installing mechanical rising desk. Zach saying, look at that go. She's close.
She's close. She's close. She's getting close. I put her right behind her. I said, I'm gonna trail you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna push you.
That's one of those moments, right? We used to call it, I don't know if you got your beat button. We used to call it being a dick for a tick. Is when it gets that close if you have no plan to, because the most annoying thing in the world is the thing gets.
Let's go. Let's cash out some on WPM also here. We're getting close to it. And then the thing is, it's like 20 shares, so I don't got to be so picky about 20 cents, right? So I'm going to put it 10 cents above the ask right now. I wanted 145, but I'll take 145.80s, right? So just trying to take some out there too and just start getting paid here, right? So if I can get paid here, even if it's 20 cents down, something like that, there's 144.80s on the offer. Can I get filled here? Let's see it, guys. Let's see it. We got the KGC is still trailing it. It's still trailing it. Let's go. She's getting up there. Let's see like how KJC's trail is doing here. Oh, she's right there. Oh, she got hit. We took it. We took it and ran. That's a celebration, baby. That's some money and gone. Not getting the fill here, so we're gonna take some on the bid. Boom. Oh, you see the bid just move on me? You guys see that? Oh, there you go. I got some out there. Woo. Woo. That bid just dropped on me real quick. You saw that, guys. All right, so I'm taking some profits there just to like at least now I can take the pressure off a little bit. Try to let this penny stock keep running. This penny stock is doing well. And you know how penny stocks are, guys, when they can just start going, right? So nice looking penny stock rip there. And all I can say is I love gold. I triple dipped in gold, took some shots, had the thesis to play. And then look at this play. Oh, that I told you guys right off the start. I liked it, but I was like, Mitch, don't get too pretty and then just start like buying every gold stock you can imagine. But look at that one. I felt like an algo. The algo wanted to buy everything in me.
Well,
that's HYMC, the one that I told you guys is a pretty looking chart just a second ago. That thing's pushing strong today.
Which is hilarious, right? It's a weird market to see both tech stocks ripping and gold ripping as well. Like both of these things going at the same time, right? Throws out a lot of the models of, if gold's going up, that means people are worried about the world coming to an end. It's like, no, maybe they're just buying assets. Right?
MP
and people
on
say,
the dip buy.
That's good here. What about the inflation? I'm like, just wait till you Google the term inflation. Find out it means asset prices going up.
Okay. 9 EMA on MP is 67.09. Okay, I'm going to try to grab some here. I need to grab about like 30.
Big up on tack on your mechanical desk. I actually got one myself. You can see, you don't see like the chair behind me. At some point soon, I got to sit down. My back's starting to hurt, but it's been it's the move.
Boom.
It's the move.
All right, guys, taking the strategy approach here. Let's test the strategy live here. So the mentality here is on MP. Daily 9 EMA is at 67.16. We always look for daily undercuts under the 9 EMA on stocks we think that can rebound right back up on momentum, right? The stock is in sideways consolidation. Just recently made a high on Friday of 76.80s. So just profit to loss ratio mentality. This is a outlook of 14.4 to the upside in one day. Could get back to that high. And then I can risk here from the 9 EMA and the low of the day about 1%. So around 64, I can risk down there about 1% from that, which is going to get me down. And I'll tell you guys that right now. That gets me just down to just about 63.50s or 63.60s can be the risk here, and then a potential move for 15% high, pretty much.
Yeah, Larry's
Take it.
talking about oil. It's below. It's not red yet, but yeah, it has broken today's low. So the candle has gone from green to red, but it just hasn't gone red on price action just yet. That'd be a good thing. But we're seeing, right, IWM is ripping here to new highs. RSP is about flat. And then we have the semiconductors up 1.5% and look great, which is just, again, it's wild to me. But, I'm shorting MU and that's actually moving lower. So is Big Daddy back? Is that what we're seeing? Yeah, holy smokes. Look at NVIDIA's chart. Jeez. We're ripping here off the open on NVIDIA. So that's why semiconductors are doing well.
You know what that is, right? That's just buy the laggard, right? So
That's it, right? Sell your MU.
Go. Why do you think Qualcomm started moving, guys? And this is what you do.
Take your profits in one and rotate them into the other.
This is why I talked about that name like ANET and things like that, right? Go find something that you can rotate into, but still stay in the space, right? You know what I mean? You don't want to get out of this space. You just want to keep your money in the space, but just around the party, right? So BE recovery today, clear example. This is a stock that people would look at the daily chart and be like, I can't get in this. This is too high up. It just recovered the 90 MA and it's pushing. This would have been a good one to target today. It went down there. 270.88 is the 90 MA. That's the recovery. You're about 10 points now, so I'd be looking for maybe at least 5 points back from here. Maybe you get back below 280s, closer towards the VWAP of 277, and then a push could be back to 300. I see 23 points on the upside for BE, right? So. Hey man, it's one of those trades. I think that could be a nice one. Remember, CEG had earnings that could help the space lift off today. So TLN name that I'd like to dip by off of the 90 MA today also. So I might take that one. 381. Yeah. 381.
This is one of those moments we talked about the moving to profit targets, and then I just looked at TXYZ and glad that profit target triggered. So in and out for a few bucks in my pocket and thing just ripping. So yeah, we're back at it. we're back on bull mode here. So just don't stay in the way. I'm watching this SMH really closely just to see if we do end up we're bull flagging in SMH. So right, either a nice breakout coming here or some kind of reversal. Remember, we got nothing. We got existing home sales, but who cares in this market? That's, who cares about that kind of stuff? Tomorrow we got CPI and some names to get us going. But now that we're like weaning our way out of earnings season, I don't really know what we care about anymore. Obviously don't care about the war because we had the I don't like your proposal thing happen. Market didn't care. But yeah, this is the chart I'm focusing most on, which is SMH, where you could look at this and say it's a nice looking bull flag, but it's only confirmed if we break out to the top. So if we keep having problems here and coming back, we could see SMH move lower. But if SMH can move lower and the market doesn't move, I think that's an interesting
URA
kind of
doing really well. Oklo ripping. That's energy trade. Remember, like I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to target those trades. I think this is a great one to target. 60
and
to 72 is a 90 MA.
Someone was saying Oklo has
earnings in like 2 days. That's the only problem with that one. So
2-3 days
UEC might be the better target on the chart, or URA, right? So this looks good. UEC. I got MP, so I like that one. Also SMR, right? You can do SMR off the 12 recovery. That looks great there. I like that look too. I like SMR, man. I believe in this company. I know a lot of people don't, but I'm going to try a really small piece in SMR and look for like crazy return on this, right? So small piece here and then just look for a nice return. All right, we're going to take some there. I'm trying to get in there. All right, I'll just fill here a little bit there. Take 30 shares there, risk off to 12, and then just let it go. This is just for it to like end up at like 14 today SMR. So now I have two in the exposure of the URA. I have SMR and then I have LEU. So
I love. So yeah, Oklo reports tomorrow, and then Crow comes in with there's a leveraged Oklo. If you didn't know, the stock that moves 10-15% a day, you can you can juice that up if you're nuts.
OKLL, right?
if you,
Do you
you're
get
a
cut out
wild
of the ETFs? If do you get cut out of the leverage ones if it's earnings?
Ooh, I don't
That's a
know,
particular question.
but if you don't, that's probably there's
Something
probably
that
a
should be
hack.
fixed.
Yeah, that
That's called the
that
trader.
seems like
That's
that
the
seems like
trader
a
in
bug,
me.
right?
That's
Yeah.
called the trader in you. If you guys don't know, if you do things like that, that's called the trader in you.
It does raise an interesting question though, because for example, NLR, right? So NLR has a whole bunch of these nuclear names, but like if Oklo blows earnings out of the water, NLR is going to go crazy, and you could definitely hold this into earnings. So yeah, when does, if you have an ETF that's 100% a stock, I could see them saying no. What if you have an ETF that's like 80% one stock, which we see some of, like, what is it? The XLY is like it's like 90% Tesla and Amazon and XLY. It's like, can you trade this into Tesla's earnings? But yeah, it becomes a
on my
weird
radar.
thing.
AAOI on my radar. 163.9 EMA.
What is the name of that? Applied what?
Applied optoelectronics. Opto.
There you go.
Optoelectronics, man. These are opticals for AI trade, man. Come on.
Oh, see, I'm glad someone explained that. So you got to get some optoelectronics. Need that in your life. I don't know what I'd do without an optoelectronics.
I would love a pullback here about 50%, right? So we're looking for some type of retracement on this. If I can get back to 164s or 165s, I'll buy it. I'll buy at 164, 165. This is where my strategy, right? This is where the bot would have been smart and already got in, right? Where we talk about it, right? So this is still the undercut. It still undercuts. It still goes under, right? It still classifies as an undercut underneath the 9 EMA and a move right back above it. So
see, I love seeing you go down this path, because this reminds me of my path. You start.
Look at my screen here. I got the little scanner up real quick there, and you can see it. Or where is it at? Near the top, right? And we can just take a look at 2 or 3 of the top names there: NVTS, AAOI, and MBIS, and then Bloom Energy that I just told you about, right? So, like, I'm trying my best to work on the scanner too, because that's what needs to be good, right? If I don't work on the scanner,
that's your picker, right?
Yeah, exactly. The scanner is a watch list. The mentality is to watch list, but it's also a scanner, right? Because it can't just be where it's like everything that I like. What I need to do is go through the scanner and then distinguish if there's anything I want to remove.
Well, and you're going down the path. Like that's what I was laughing.
Do it the right way, right? So
I see
still
I see the path,
subjective, but objective, right? So
yeah, I see the same path of
look at that NVTS. That NVTS looks like a trend trader's dream.
And getting mad that you miss things like this is the motivation to become more systematic in your trading. It's just the way it goes. You look at this and you go, "Oh crap, I didn't get the trade." It's like,
oh crap. Look at MP. MP's a nice one already, getting a nice little lift there. SMR already pushing to almost 13. I could have stepped up with more size there, but one thing that I'm telling myself more is, hey, if we can't get the 9 EMA, cut the size by half or 3/4 of the size, still play the strategy. That's my subjective trading, right? That's like, I wouldn't be able to tell the bot to do that, but it's something that I'm just trying to test more and more. Hey, if you miss the 9 EMA, but the momentum in the stock is already like showing, like it's like a 2 times volume day. You're up, 6%. Everything is coexisting in the industry. This is the other thing, right? The industry needs to be up too. And this is where I'm trying to draw more and more of my trading to, because I'm trying to pull in my sector rotation and industry rotation knowledge inside of my swing trading knowledge, right? So that's the real key here, is that So it would be it would be like trading, let's say, different strategies, but also based solely also if the industry agrees with the trade too. The industry doesn't agree, then it doesn't take the trade.
Well, again, then all of that, as long as the rules are like hard like that, they're not, soft, kind of flaky
Yeah.
rules, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
have a
the
bot.
soft and flaky one that I think is the harder one is like catching the cycle ones, like the level one breakouts. That's the one that I'm working with a little bit more. Why, Michael? Because I think a biggest part of those are catalyst breakouts. Catalysts are hard to quantify, right? It's more of a qualitative outlook. But just thinking about it, guys. All right, guys, all
That's it.
trades in the green. I don't know how you're looking, Michael, but this is when I try I'm not trying to overexpose, like I told you guys, because if I keep looking at trades, keep looking around, you know how that goes. You start buying. Ion Q. Remember the quantum names. I told you can get the lift. And guess what reports tonight? Rigetti, QUBT. So get ready. It's going to be a fun earnings stream, that's for sure.
MU continuing to fall here. Still seeing where's SMH, right? SMH is almost flat on the day. So getting a little bit of a reversal there in semis, but it doesn't look like it's coming from the big boys. At least let me check on NVIDIA. Yeah, it's going back to even. It's not coming from the big guys. So it's more of these MRAM, for example. Looks like it's pulling back a bit. Right, we're getting this with MU. So some of these other names are kind of taking up the mantle of let's pull back. Let's take some profits on these kind of things. Oh, I just see Kevin out there shorting SNDK. You crazy dude. I guess I'm short MU, so I can't really. Really say anything.
I called it today, didn't I? Is Kevin watching our show?
Well, Kevin, what go up? What go up? You got a short.
Day. I mean, it's the day to take a shot. If you want to take a shot, success is a good day to take it. But now, can it also burn you? Yeah, just like every short at the top can. Every long at the bottom can burn you too, right? This is the things that Michael and I don't avoid saying it, right? Like that's just what it is. Can it give you a good reward? Yeah, it can give you a good reward. You're getting good risk to reward. But like always, as you get better and better risk to reward, we talk about it. What do you give up on? Accuracy. So just understanding that, right? Edges to the game.
This EOSE was a crowd favorite
not
for the
giving me a
longest time.
shot, man. Not gonna AAOI is like, no, I'm not giving you a chance. You're not getting it, son. Sorry. You missed it. Goodbye. You just leave it alone, man. Just go for another one. Ooh, space stock ripping. Lunar. That's day 2 move. And space stocks are showing up on my scanner. It's looking good.
I have heard so many people say, wait till the SpaceX IPO and this stuff's going to crash.
RDW. Look at that. That looks nice. Nice.
Yeah.
And then silver coming up. AG. Rocket Lab. Look at Rocket Lab, though. I said it, and I know there were so many people that hated on me on Rocket Lab, but I turned on Rocket Lab. I said, you know what? Because of SpaceX, this is going to get a really big push. And then when I did my deep search into orbital data centers, I thought Rocket Lab could even see maybe a double from there. Yeah. And it's already showing it right now. This is the stock that could double here. Orbital data center is going to be needed. Rocket's going to be needed. Rocket Lab's going to get the contracts. Up there now to 114 and pushing.
Yeah, Michael's saying busy first 30 minutes. Yeah, just
busy. It's
she's crazy
type of day. It's if you're not making money, I'm sorry, but we need to have a conversation, right, Michael?
Yeah, it's
one of those times.
Well, and with
RTX,
the swing side of things, things are just trending so much. What's going on in RTX
today? If all these space stocks are going to rip, will we see a lift in defense? This has been going sideways now for 17 days, Michael. 17
Ooh.
days. That calls for lows to be pushed on. You give me 17 days to lean on.
The any juice on Rocket Lab. My God, you degens. But yeah, and this just goes to show if you were just to tell someone about the news with the war and everything going on, they're like, oh yeah, Raytheon's probably killing it. And you're like, priced in?
MOS, loving it. Yeah, MOS. It's rebounding MOS, but it had an earnings. That's why I didn't play it. But now it's starting to come back into play.
Well, I'm in it here, just a mean reversion setup, right? Just trying to
You're trying to long
buy the dip. Yep.
Yeah, I think this is a great one. To tell you the truth, you got to remember that because of what's going on, even if the oil changes, the outlook for Mosaic doesn't change here. But CF is the better company. I will say that if you want the beta, CF is the better company. And yes, there is a Rocket Lab leverage.
Crow found it, of course, right? Just,
Oh, I can always find them.
RKLZ, is that
or you can go, short the short one, RKLZ. Yeah, that's the short one. It's at $3, so you can get a lot of leverage there. Man.
That's a wild. What about Tesla? How's she doing?
SMR already up 3% for me. That's why I went small in SMR. The key about SMR that I'll recommend when stocks have insane amount of ATR for their price, right? Like sometimes I think that's what is an important thing is looking at the price and the ATR, right? And comparing that.
That's why I say every position size for any setup I do is some amount of ATR based. It's just
I think you have to look at price though too, right? Because sometimes the price can also justify the ATR, right? Like let's say for BE, it's like a
that's why you can convert ATR into like a percentage, and you can do that kind of thing. So you can run some numbers on that as well, because ATR is an absolute dollar amount. So if you're right, if it's a $1,000 stock, it's going to have an ATR of 10 or 20. That's no big deal.
Yeah, as long as you're looking at the price. But let's say for SMR, it's like 124 for a $12 stock. That's pretty decent. That's a pretty decent move, right?
Well, and that's why you can take that and real quick, right? Just divide it by price, times it by 100. There's your ATR on a percentage basis, and you can know roughly how much percent the thing moves on average. And that's why everything I do has some sort of ATR. Again, the ability to compare the stock back to itself, I think, is a powerful one, and that's what ATR gives you, as opposed to just saying, some stocks move a lot, some stocks don't, just the way it goes. So people say, "Oh, I'm going to risk 5% a trade." Like, that is patently ridiculous. 5% a trade on, something boring like a utility, that'd be a lot. 5% on SMR, that's a little bit. So you have to adjust yourself accordingly.
It's time, Michael. Long-term health, I'm starting to like it more and more.
I just need to start looking at the monthlies.
That's it.
We need to go maybe even further. It needs to be maybe like a yearly outlook. Look at like a stock like in the dirt like this, AMRN. It has gotten so much volume lately, and it's just slowly trickling. I'm looking for names that have been strong as of late. Gilead getting a little bit of a bid right now. That's a nice kind of a monthly flag. 90 MA right there. And this stock loves to hold the monthly. So you look at trends, right? What does the stock love to do, right? So I look at that all the time. Gilead, beautiful monthly chart, right on the good spot, right? So look at stocks that do this consistently. Like Gilead, if you bought it on the 90 MA and just sold it on let's say expansions of the 90 MA, you could do maybe even 10%, 20% sales. You would literally kill it. In the last 3 or 4 years, you probably had gotten 20 triggers and each one won. You probably maybe lost one. So those are the types of trends you want to look for. Stocks sometimes show you that.
Well,
See a
and
stock that repeats a pattern, follow it.
the only thing I look at with some of these ones is that you just got to make sure you're not doing dead money, right? So like with AMR, so that's just where a shot clock comes in. It's very
That's
very
dead
simple
money.
to do.
That's dead
Right?
money too. Yeah.
You know, you take a look at it and you say, okay, I'm gonna, you know, if I like it, I can buy it against support here. I'm gonna give it a month or something like that, right? LLY, Lily's up.
Lily's a good
Yeah,
one
she's
to take a
trying.
look at right now.
I'm
I love
again
the
slowly.
you know what it does here, right? It expands away from the 9 EMA on the earnings, then comes sideways into the 9. Friday it held it really well. 951, 947, 956, 943, and now you have 2 undercuts in that level, and then you have some risk in return. 948s, 950s. Have the ability to risk here. That's what I always talk about as traders. That's all we need. Give me an ability to risk. Get me through an earnings event. Now I know that I don't have this, deep headline risk coming in, a week or two. And I can start looking for the trade to actually hold now.
Yeah, I've been leaning on XLV, and I'm gonna look to go and do something else. Part of it too, maybe Lilly, because there's leverage ETFs for that one. Again, my Oscar has just been dynamite, so I want to apply
Lilly
that
has
somewhere else.
And I got to go back to my theme sheets, and this is where I've loved building the knowledge base that I'm building, Michael. Eventually, I'm going to have this like just plugged into an AI, and I can just tell you it immediately. But my theme sheets tell me about Lilly a lot, and when I did the research, there's I think a major drug that's supposed to be released later in the summer months here. So that could be the kind of the catalyst that really kickstarts Lilly's next major drive, right? Monthlies look really primed to bring Lilly right back to about 1,042. That's just like technical analysis back to the trend line. And then I could see it maybe going to 1,200, 1,500. So we'll see what happens there. Oh, man. Now we're rocking and rolling out here, guys. MP taking off there to 63.85s. I know you guys are enjoying things like I am probably out there. I'm just trying to do my best not to overbuy right now, but seeing energy and basic materials lead right now just tells me, Mitch, you are looking in the right area. Maybe even could have got more exposed, but I'm not going to get, too picky about it, right? Copper doing really well. FCX up 2.47, 2.2% from the open, 4% up. That looks good. FCX just pushing right back up. Here's another copper stock that I don't trade that is looking good. Sometimes I try to find a new name and just look to see if it can really hold well trends. TGB. I don't know if you ever heard of that name, Michael. TGB
Probably.
and copper. Tesco Mines.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this one before. Probably
The chart
traded
looks
this one
pretty.
before.
The chart looks pretty. I don't know about you, but that looks pretty to me. I love those deep undercuts under 6. They washed out the traders. He came back and really held 6 this time. Now that you've recovered 7, that's kind of like your line in the sand. As long as they hold 7, you're looking good here. This could be making a run. All right. So I know how important copper is going to be, right? And my favorite copper company, just to mention, it's a very similar looking chart, SCCO, Southern Copper. And why? The cheapest copper available out there. Why did Southern Copper make a move from $50 to like $200? Well, it became the cheapest copper available.
Yeah.
And I actually called this move out. I remember at $50, man. I still, that's one of the ones that got away. But
SECO does this weird, where I think it like gives you shares instead of dividends, and that's happening I think tomorrow. Like,
that's
grab
nice,
this for you. It's the
nice
weirdest.
Man, I'm getting a lift in equity. Let's go. This is when I start to cash a little bit.
SCCO we're talking about. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone else knows a little bit more about this, but I was looking at this the other day because I saw the chart. Every time it has a dividend, it does a weird split. So, right, the last one was 126 for 125. it's giving you like less than 1% of shares. And tomorrow it has a 101 for 100 split, which is weird. Again, then right back here, it's got 126 for 125. So I don't know if these are weird ways to give out dividends. I don't know. I'm not really a dividend guy, but yeah, it's something that it does. I don't know why it does that thing, but it does that thing. So there you go. And now you know.
One name holding well, new 52-week high, and all-time high, APLD. You guys know I've talked about that stock since $15. Now almost a 45, almost a 50 bagger.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's why you know the spaces, man. That's why you want to know. And now I have three. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 stocks that are up more than 10% from the open, and they're big stocks. They're not small names. So tells me more and more the momentum is still out there. Alcoa giving me a little bit of an alert. I'll take a look at what that was. Rigetti, of course, pushing with IonQ's breakout, just broke $20. That's a run into the earnings, and I talked about how that could get the run today. It's up almost 9%. Big run there, man. It's not a bad day at all. Software name getting a little bit of a lift. CORZ. Software name. Not many of those near all-time highs. This is one of them that is.
Yeah, because software is actually one of the only sectors still down here. So it's one of the only sectors pulling back.
It's the anchor.
Just a bit. It's down.
It's the anchor, man.
0.5%. Still, for me, software, right? It's like as long as we hold this on a closing basis, that's what I'm looking for.
No, it's going to probably be the steady trade, believe it or not. It probably be the steady trade, but the other ones just have more beta, right? And that's what I would think. They just have more chance of giving you a return, but this probably has less chance of wiping out. Like Nvidia or AMD, let's be honest, because these moves have been so massive, there could be that one day where we have like a 10% pullback. And it doesn't mean that it's washing out. It could just be a correction, right? AAOI about to break new highs. I talked about that name early on, guys. I was just like, please give me a pullback. Can I get a pullback to 165? Well, it's not going to give it to me. Great 90 EMA buy in an AI name. I wanted to nail one of those today. I was looking around to see which one to get after. I think that was definitely the one that got a little bit away from me. Let me put up my screen here. Show you guys that. Here you guys see it. Up there to 173, 175, so about to break. AI name, not looking bad at all. In the daily chart, you can see, look at this recovery, right? Beautiful recovery right back up, right? So give you a nice opportunity today to get that, and it's right back to the upside. This AMA is a little bit different than my TC one. I have it on AAOI closer towards 164.50s. So a little bit higher than what I have here, but looks great, man. Could get back there to 190s too. That's the thing, right? Like it's a great risk to reward outlook. These are the types of trades we want to be watching, right? So MP, 9 EMA buy, already back up there to 69 already. So that's looking great on MP. I didn't go insane sizing. I actually reduced it a tiny bit, but looking for this to continue to work for me, right? I didn't want to overdo it in metals either. I did like LAC also. Let me see how that one's performing right now. Yep, look at this lift, LAC. And then, of course, you guys know I like some lithium names like SQM, long-term, or ALB. These are names I really love. I might get some SQM. Look at that ALB trade. Oof, that one's a pretty one. Sorry about that, guys. Had a little bit of a... I was doing too much on the platform. Doing too much. All right, let me get logged right back in. We'll be right back with that. But definitely looking around to see what else I can find that's making a big move. I still see gold stocks pushing. SNDK was on here, but now it's red, right? So I stay away from the ones that are red and just keep getting after it. Looking really good in some names. it's time to take some profits around the room as I'm just continuing to climb in equity and want to secure the bag. Secure the bag. Right? This is one that I'm going to start securing here. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look here. BTG. It's time to start looking for this to make another move or call it quits on this one, right? So this is a already up 71, has been up close to, I think, about 100. Let's see where we got to the top here. Yeah, about $100, right? So don't want to give up too much on this. Starting to see that this could pull back a little bit. Need to see it recover the 9 now and hold 542s on any pullback.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
we'll see what happens on some of the action. What you got?
V bottom there on the Qs. Yeah, they were selling. We were just hitting lows and bouncing, away we go.
Pick back up. Industrial starting to pick back up. So
HSS official says risk of hantavirus remains very low, very, very low. 2 varies in it. Maybe that's what got us going. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I'm back.
Use any excuse right now, really. 580s.
I was asking where I was. The beauty of a sit-stand desk. Now I'm sitting, and I'll do that for an hour, and then I'll stand, and I'll do researching them, right? It's like standing all day is just as bad as sitting all day kind of thing. Like just move your body.
Trying to buy some deer here on the pullback. Trying to get some deer at 580s here.
Retail, I don't know. Didn't really talk about this, but retail just kind of fell right out of bed there, right off the open. Just kind of completely to the woodshed. I don't know who pissed off retail, but down she goes. A nice opening range. Trying to put in a little bounce, but failing so far anyway. And we'll see. A pretty big volume candle, I guess, on that bounce. Maybe we're trying to put in dig a little hole going on there, but it just doesn't seem like yet.
Definitely going to keep deer on my radar here as the industrials started to show a little bit of strength. I'm going to keep watching what's shown strength in the last 5 minutes. Look for it to coexist with the strength from the open. Basic materials just going at that at 0.1, but really love my equally weighted basic materials outlook, Michael. I don't know if you take a look at the equally weighted materials one. That's the RSPM, and that looks better than your Remax, right? That's why I love it, man. That's why I love the equally weighted outlooks. It's actually just to give you guys insight, it's part of how I'm building my basket approach for my sector and industry.
Oh, see you later, bud. They gotcha. But yeah, so RSPM, good luck. Careful the volume. And you look here, there's really nothing. So you just got to be a little careful there when it comes to the volume. And yeah, it looks like semis. These got not really near my my exit, but trying to put in a little bit of bounce with the Qs. Back to highs. So, right, we're outside yesterday's range. We're above yesterday's range. Obviously, very extended. And I just feel like I don't even want to say that because it's just the most obvious thing in the world to talk about how extended we are. You're back. You mute it. Or I mute it. I don't know. I don't gotcha.
It's me. It's
me.
me.
There you go. ZV Muck's got you again. They keep booting you out, man. Kicking you out.
I can run AI, and I can code on, and I can do a whole bunch of stuff, but you can't use Google Chrome,
It's well, eventually we'll just code our own. But it talks about the stuff that's survivable and what's not. I was thinking about that, but I'm like,
I tested my computer on those benchmark testing places. I was like, maybe it's just that I think my computer is better than what it is still, right? What? Oh, frozen. Frozen.
Wait, you're frozen good, man. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. So you're talking about here because your head was right behind the mic there. I thought you were just talking right in your mic. Where is it? So back to hunting. We're just looking what's going on in chat here because we're back in the middle of the range for the SPY. it's fine. 1, 2, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, technically red days, but if you look at lower, higher lows, it continues. And again, like I was saying, the most obvious statement in the world is, oh, we're overextended. We have to rest. I like to say. A lot of people say you have to pull back. You don't have to pull back. I mean, you could just go sideways for a number of days. But like I showed this morning, people are shorting into this rally. So anyone who took what's SOXS up or down today? Because we talked about this, how they were buying this. Yeah, so they lost another 5% of their money overnight, and on 600 million big ones. It feels like we're doing a car. We're doing a car. The whole market's doing a car right now, where we go up because people are betting against us, and we go up because people are getting a bet against us, and there's just got to be a trigger. There's got to be some sort of catalyst that kind of shakes us up. It doesn't mean like we're going to crash like car, but just to stop us doing anything crazy. Damn, all the way back down.
Ooh,
almost.
XE alert. XE alert. XE. I got to grab a little piece of this, guys. I'm sorry. I got to grab it before I explain the trade here. So let me just grab a tiny piece here, and then I'll worry about explaining it.
What to say? I never heard of that one, but new IPO, so it makes sense. I never heard of it.
This is small nuclear reactors. This is SMR name. I had an alert here for 3250s to alert me on the comeback. This is an IPO for SMRs, so small nuclear reactor names XE Energy. So I'm taking a little bit of a trade here. I went really small on this, like really small, guys, so that I could risk off kind of like the daily chart. Not risk off the intraday chart, risk off the daily chart. New IPOs, you need to give them room to work here. Mm-hmm. So put it in this mentality. I think this thing can really get, like banana. So I'm going to go ahead and give it the chance. I'll take a little bit there, the smallest amount. I'll risk off the daily low. Actually, I'm going to go 2 days back daily low, because the way the daily setup looks pretty. So like I'm using that day from 5.7, which is the low of 29.23. I'll just put like 29.30s out and just let this work. I think this could easily clear the daily high, and it could go to like 50. Right? So if it can go to 50, I don't need much, and it could still reward me. Right? So let's see what happens. I can add to this in a little bit if I get an opportunity, like let's say back to 31. If I get an opportunity to add at 31, I don't mind.
Well, and the fun part with IPOs is IPOs can get wacky. Well, we saw with when Webull IPO'd, what was it, Newsmax? Is it MMax? This thing's probably near bankrupt now. The way these things go. Yeah, it's down to $6. But yeah, look at this. This actually happened for those who weren't there for it. It IPO'd at $13 and went to, it's like $300. Yeah, like 230, 240. And now it's all the way, and it's from its IPO price, it's cut in half. So if you just like sat back and looked at, how's Newsmax doing from its IPO? Well, it's lost 50% of its value. But if you were in there a little bit, you could have made like a 10-bagger before you had a problem.
Exactly. That's the mentality there, guys. BTG holding in here. Now looking for this flag pattern to get right back up. Let's see if it starts to make the move. I'm probably going to stop out on anything below 541.
Actually, yeah, these things are
Ooh, WPGPM new high 145.41. Let's go. You guys chat talk about that XE. Does anybody know about that one?
No, bring it up. I was like, it's good, new one.
Yeah, dude.
News good.
Someone brought it on my radar. This is why you know traders. And I did the research. I said, okay. Has some pretty strong relationships too. Let me look it up so I can give you guys the insights. Now I give you guys the insights. If you're a trader out there and you want to use something free and you're looking for something to use and you're looking for AI in finance, use and check out either Perplexity's finance or Google's finance beta. whichever one you want to use. I think they both are pretty good. I think the Google Finance one will grow in the long run. And the fun part about Google Finance is that it's like, designed already there for you, can get you charts, a lot of stuff there. I'd recommend to take a look into it. You could do research on something like this really quickly.
Yeah, and it's great to build kind of your own AI tools and all of that, but one thing that's super cool is just
Just
the
having
fact
something
that
that's really fast.
well, and it's they're going to do it. They're going to build in
Yeah.
their own tools inside of it, so that when you when you Google something, the top result is just an AI summary. It'll be
Here,
the same thing,
I'll
right?
read you right from it. Let's take a look here. You can go to my screen here. We can take a look to see the tool and let's talk about it. This is a Google tool, but look for more tools like this. And I'm gonna be building. I'll
I
tell you
think
that much, guys.
you might not be sharing now that you got booted. There he goes again. But yes, no one's talking about Yahoo. Yeah, Yahoo for the longest time actually they just cut it off. You used to be able to like grab via their API like 1 year historical high low open close and like beta and a bunch of other statistics right from their API for free. They recently shut that down because probably whoever owns Yahoo now was like, what are you fools doing giving it for free? But yeah, just Google Finance is great. Google Finance, you can also hook into Google Sheets and you can do some stuff with it, right? Like if you wanted to go just like look at Intel, some just decent, if you're doing research, decent little areas here. And this is going to they've got this little AI thing on the side where you can take a look at it, right? So I just give me an overview of, and you can see it will have news and all of that stuff right from it. Here's an intraday chart. The data is actually probably going to be, you can even do candlestick charts. And the data is not going to be, you can see Intel is kind of splotchy here because what it's going to do is grab like a free data provider that it can move from, and then it will just give you that. But it's a great little tool. And like, it's the build versus buy debate is something you have to think of as well. Like, I hear you, Mitch. You're back again.
All right. Yeah, I had to say, forget you, Google. I'm here trying to put your product on the map, and you're over here cutting me off. So, you know what? I will go to Microsoft, and I will tell you guys, forget Google. You go to ChatGPT Finance. Yeah, there you go. Forget you, Google. All right, man. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, check it out, guys. XE. Interesting stock.
Yeah, I just love how, and this is what they have to do to keep up. Because if Google Finance didn't do something cool like this, where they're embedding Gemini inside of this research thing, people are just going to build their own. So we're getting to this point in which, if the software companies don't rapidly catch up, you're instantly dead. Because this little dashboard, if I had the right APIs with the right data,
starting to move.
You could build this in a minute, right?
All right,
Or are
guys,
they actually
stocks
going to
starting
make
to
money?
move.
And
So just be careful, guys. You could start to see a little bit of some that downturn come in. Look at the cues really quickly there. Now I really like more of that downturn type of trade here. So success seems to be maybe a bet here. I would love to see a little bit of a pullback. Hourlies, though, have that like 859 to kind of lean on right now. We'll see if that gets going here. But just wanted to put that trade on the radar here. All right, now time to start protecting trades as we start to see some pullback.
yeah, Qs. Something happened. I'm going to look at the news there. 'Cause look at that candle, and the Qs just flipped negative in just a minute there. Nothing from our boy Walter.
To me, I think this is just SMH kind of turn. Watch for like a trade like AMD, right? They had insane push, made a new high today, but turns right off of that high, right? So that could be a name that I could maybe try to get some weakness into.
Come on, Walter. Where'd you go? You in the bathroom or something, man? What's happening?
AM.
UAE foreign ministers. Oh, I guess there was an attack on a South Korean cargo ship. UAE foreign minister, the attack on the South Korean cargo ship represents a serious threat to the safety of global navigation and is a dangerous escalation armed at undermining the stability of vital waterways.
Oh,
So they get mad.
they're getting mad. They're getting angry. They ain't liking it.
Mm-hmm.
They fighting back. All right, guys, 10:34. We're going to get towards a little bit of some preview coverage of some stocks that are reporting tonight in just a second here. Just to mention, did get out of that penny stock, covered there on that one, took the money and ran. Didn't get nowhere near as much as I thought I would get on that one. I got to like about 100, gave up about half of the gain there. So a little frustrated on that, but rather take the gain there than let it come back on me. So
This is what's happening. Trump's on Fox right now. Trump to Fox, considering renewing Project Freedom. So he's talking about bombing again. So that was that little downtick. Now, question is, how long does that kind of stuff hold? Now, do we just done? Pattern day trader is done soon. I'm actually going to do something for my channel. I'll share the PDF I build with you guys as well, but it just doesn't like die on a certain day. The rule does. You got to remember, these brokers are legacy as hell. So they're not going to be able to update their tech, I don't think, that quickly. So I think it's going to be one of those actual slow kind of rollouts.
yeah, and remember, they don't have to change.
And a lot of them just don't want to.
So they're going to take, what's going to be is this. There's going to be a leader. Watch for that stock to move also. You can play that play. There's going to be a leader. There's going to be one that steps up and says, we are going to be the first. Look for that one to get the lift.
Isn't that kind of obviously Robinhood? Like, isn't there...
It would make sense. It would make sense, right? It would make sense.
Like these Robinhood Webull, like you would think that these guys are going to be the ones that are going to be smart enough to go, okay, yeah, we really should. We really should take a look at these things, because like you're not going to expect, Schwab or whatever to do it.
Exactly.
Oil popping a bit. So that kind of corresponded with the down move. So now the tweet just says Trump to Fox, and then says, I don't know if he's on like Fox Business right now or Fox News or whatever. I again, don't know.
Recovering in certain areas. BE still holding really well. Energy names holding really well. Electronic components.
Just saying, if this is a one-off comment, then maybe that's it. If he's currently talking, then just maybe prepare for a little bit more volatility as we kind of sort through everything that he's going to say about the war and all that kind of thing. So just know if he's out there chatting, then we can get more of this stuff, just kind of the way she goes. DPX.
Trying to think, what do you think might have more gas power to it? SOXS or shorting SOXL?
I think shorting, I read somewhere that if you short the double leveraged long, you get more juice than if you buy the double leveraged short.
Yeah, I agree. At least in my trading, right? Like mentally, I would say yes to that too.
Well, and it has something to do with it just has something to do with the way that the leverage works, holding overnight and things like that.
All right, I'm gonna let it try to get up there to 185 and then fail, and then I can maybe risk off the top. But you don't front run a turnaround trade. You wait for and it sounds bad, but the backside.
Mm-hmm.
That's you don't want to be early. You want to be late.
The famous trade from that Lance guy, right? He's like the best trader in SC. He always talks about the backside of the V. That's what you wait for. Yeah. Just showing Dropbox here, just buying a bit on a swing trading strategy.
Easily come back in, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I was early. Oh, I was early. Oh, I was early.
Well, it helps. It helps with stop placement and everything too, right? So if you get a V and then it breaks and then it bounces a little bit and you're shorting into that bounce, you just got that all-time high to lean against and say, okay, because that's, I think, where most people get in trouble fighting trends, is they just don't have. That's why I talk about like ETR and things like this a lot, just because the obvious question for people that are shorting is, okay, where do I put my stop? And if you don't have something programmatic, because you don't have like a level on the chart that you can really point to, if you don't have something that's saying, okay, I'm going to risk, X amount of ATRs or something like that, you can get into trouble. Right. ASML. Yeah, kind of got slapped a little bit today. I'm not seeing any more. I'm just keeping my eyes peeled for more of Trump on Fox. This thing's going to happen.
Okay. Not bad.
NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang was not invited to Beijing. Okay.
What? How could they?
Why? Like,
how could they?
Why would they?
Right? How could they? They'll just send a guy that works there on an everyday basis.
Why,
you know what I mean? There's probably someone that works there like every day.
Why? But like, why would he be? I don't. Shouldn't this be a talk between two world leaders? Not
getting a nice little breakout here. If you're looking for a semi that has momentum, Poet, another breakout through the high. Nice. Let me see if the hourly would do well too. I'm testing things here in the background. I'm having fun. What are you guys? You guys having fun out there, traders?
Oh, I've got now 3 computers just running Claude, doing different stuff all the time. One backtester on one computer, another backtester on another computer.
On one max?
And this one on the when I'm up for my weekly usage.
Yeah, how's your weekly usage?
Claude. I think I'm up like 50% and it resets tomorrow.
Okay.
So it's not bad. Claude code. No, I'm only on
the max, the 100, right?
And I'm not on so there's 2 versions of the max. There's the one that's like 5 times normal daily. There's one that's 20 times normal daily. Yeah, I've done 39% and it resets Tuesday at 3 p.m.
All right.
So there's no way I get through it.
All right, guys. We're going to get to a little bit of some earnings preview coming up in just a second here.
There's still things doing earnings? Let's do
earnings. There's more earnings than ever now, Michael. It's all the mid caps, all the small caps. We got a lot.
Oh, HIMS. For some reason, HIMS and Oscar moved together, so I should probably pay attention to that a little bit. My Oscar position is just getting irresponsible at this point. I need an excuse. Rigetti, Clean Spark, QUBT, another quantum name. Yeah, tomorrow, Oklo. eToro. I keep forgetting that eToro is a company. How's it been doing since it went public? Not great. Not great. Not horrible compared to other IPOs, but not great. eToro is always an interesting one. That's like a trade copy thing. You can invest in like people and like follow their trades. This is an interesting. I know it's big in the UK. I don't think it's too big in the US. I know it's big in the UK, but yeah, like most IPOs, not the greatest. Not the greatest. Cisco, that's a pretty big name. And then Rumble, AMAT, Applied Materials, Fig, poor Fig, poor Figma. IPO, some people say IPO at the right time, but IPO at the wrong time. IPO at the right time if you're an insider. Just get out, get me to raise some capital, get me out of here. and just fall. Slow. Market's starting to slow a little bit here. Let's go back. SMH is getting close to highs again. Just kind of chopping back and forth, right? Volatile swings, but no clear direction. And same with the Qs. Volatile swings in both way, but no clear direction. Let's take a look, see if there's anything new on the news front here. No, last thing was that NVIDIA news. I could be part of the news if people thought he was going, but no one seems to care. The question always is, why? Like, why would you invite him to something that should be 1% GPU talks and the rest about tariffs and trade and all that kind of stuff, right?
Isn't that the important part, man? All right. SMR's holding up well. I still got that XE just hanging out there at the 32s. LEU, of course, is nuclear trade. So I'm in MP. I'm like all commodities here, dude.
It's the beauty of trading is like some people would be, some traders, they just put themselves like in rails. They just say, I'm a tech trader. Like, yeah, but what about when commodities just rocket ship, right? Are you going to be a tech trader then? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm hoping that some of that juice that's in semis just trickles down for a little bit into the materials and then probably goes right back to the semis. But give me a chance to get those on pullbacks and give me a chance to trickle down and jump on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the mentality that I'm thinking about there. Even if it's just for like a week, right? Well, I'll play for the week, right? Right, let me replace here. Add media. Watch some video action today.
MOS? Yeah, it's one of many trades today. After I enter them and the orders are out there, I generally don't look back. It's going to do what it's going to do. Bitcoin was taking a little bit of a hit, but still holding up really nicely. And again, like I showed this morning, they've been selling into Bitcoin. That's interesting because I've been using my wife's retirement account to buy Ethereum. So far, she's not been happy with me about it. So let's see. I just think this base is a good base in Ethereum to take a shot off of. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but you know right where you're wrong, right? I've been buying in the 19s, 20s, so I'm about flat on it, but I know if it loses the 18s, time to go. There's a world where, in a year or something, we're back at the 30s or 40s. That's a double. So you risk a small percentage to make a double. You do that over and over again. Doesn't take many times to make a little decent one there, but Bitcoin's definitely been the leader there. We do like an IBIT. You can just see the slope of it there versus Ethereum. How are BMNR and those guys doing? Nothing.
Big
I know
pullback
there's
here.
a-
I'm going to start protecting here, guys. So I think we're starting to see a little bit of some pullback. And of course, I've had a really great day. So I'm on this point. I'm like pure protection mode. There's no point in losing money today. I just want to continue holding and give positions opportunities, but at the same time, not expose. Especially when I think that there could be like pullback day coming in
It's like we have to,
at some point.
absolutely have to. Your ESOE. ESOE, is that it? The one you're talking about? EOSE? This one I just saw come up my Twitter feed for ripping to new highs. Killing it. Trump frustrated by Iran's push for war damages.
So we're gonna pay them for all the destruction that we did, dude. If
Yeah.
we do that, I mean, that's some weak hand stuff, man. All right, let's go ahead. Let's take a look into some earnings coverage for today, guys. Let's get to our education segment right now.
On Monday, May 11th, 2026, a specific cohort of deep tech and telehealth equities will report their first quarter results. On Monday, May 11th, 2026, a specific cohort of deep tech and telehealth equities will report their first quarter results. These prints arrive during a period of intense market scrutiny, where the tolerance for operational misses has reached a multi-year low. Historically, these firms were valued on the scale of their theoretical total addressable market, a narrative where future connectivity justified significant market caps. Today, institutional investors are reevaluating that framework in favor of concrete performance metrics. This shift is accelerated by a deteriorating macroeconomic backdrop. By early May, the University of Michigan Index of Consumer Sentiment contracted to 48.2. This 9% drop in economic confidence suggests that the average consumer is increasingly constrained by inflationary pressure. In response to this cooling sentiment, institutional capital is prioritizing structural cash flow visibility and disciplined capital expenditures over aspirational growth projections. The focus has moved from what is possible to what is currently being built. This creates a direct confrontation between long-term potential and immediate operational viability. For companies in the low-rate initial production phase, failing to prove their infrastructure can scale efficiently will likely result in an immediate repricing by the market. 4 specific entities are currently navigating this transition: AST Space Mobile, HIMS and HERS, Mara Holdings, and the quantum computing cohort led by Rigetti and QUBT. Each firm is executing a structural pivot, transitioning from a speculative, research-heavy business model to the capital-intensive deployment of physical infrastructure. This valuation chasm pits immense terminal value against heavy, immediate cash burn. This conflict generates extreme binary risk, with the derivatives market pricing in potential for massive, sudden deviations in share price. To understand how these stocks will move on May 11th, we have to look past the top-line numbers and analyze their margin compression, their supply chain bottlenecks, and institutional volatility pricing. The first sign of a difficult pivot is often a breakdown in unit economics. HIMS and HERS reached its current valuation by vertically integrating the compounding of weight loss peptides. However, recent regulatory shifts and warning letters from the FDA forced a change in strategy. To maintain operations and resolve legal challenges, the company abandoned its high-margin compounding ads to partner with legacy pharmaceutical giants like Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. This shift turns HIMS and HERS into a distributor for branded, FDA-approved medications. While this move de-risks the platform, it changes the balance sheet. By distributing branded drugs rather than manufacturing in-house, gross margins are projected to compress toward 72%. This helps explain why consensus estimates for earnings per share have dropped from 20 cents in 2025 down to just 4 cents for this quarter.
Oof.
Mara Holdings faces
That's
a
a big
similar
hit.
dilemma. Historically a pure-play crypto miner, Mara is attempting to pivot toward becoming a host for AI and high-performance computing infrastructure.
Oh,
This pivot required a
Hold on.
massive capital restructuring. In early 2026, Mara liquidated over $1 billion of its Bitcoin treasury to retire debt and finance a $1.52 billion acquisition of the Long Ridge natural gas power plant. They are trading the high volatility of crypto mining for the predictable, contracted cash flows of utility-scale energy generation. For both HIMS and HERS and Mara, the upcoming calls will be judged on whether their organic revenue can scale fast enough to offset the lower margins inherent in these new, more stable business models. For the aerospace and quantum sectors, the pivot isn't just about margins. It's about the physical ability to deploy hardware. AST Space Mobile faces an immediate engineering hurdle following the failure of its Bluebird 7 satellite, which was deployed into an unrecoverable orbit in April. This anomaly disrupts their 2026 commercial rollout and forces terrestrial partners like AT&T to delay their own service timelines. AST also faces a structural bottleneck in its delivery mechanism. To reach orbit, the company relies on SpaceX, the parent company of its primary competitor, Starlink. This creates a reliance on a hostile partner that can deprioritize AST's launch manifests. This chart shows the decline in AST's cash reserves as they maintain 500,000 square feet of manufacturing space. Analysts estimate the company needs at least $320 million on hand to avoid an official going concern warning from auditors. In contrast, Quantum Computing Inc. raised $1.5 billion throughout 2025. This massive capital injection provides the liquidity needed for their Fab 2 buildout, but comes at the cost of significant shareholder dilution. The capital requirements are driven by the physics of the hardware. Rigetti relies on superconducting qubits, which require million-dollar cryogenic dilution refrigerators to maintain stability. QBT is pivoting toward room temperature photonics to avoid these costs, but the commercial reliability of that hardware has not yet been demonstrated in an enterprise environment. In these sectors, the market largely ignores backward-looking GAAP earnings. The valuation is dictated by how much cash is left and how many satellites or chips are actually in operation. Beyond internal engineering, a third variable is now impacting valuations: the geopolitical discount rate. Supply chain instability is acting as a hidden cost on every capital expenditure model. The pharmaceutical supply chain remains concentrated in Asia. China currently controls roughly 40% of the global volume for active pharmaceutical ingredients, and the majority of the starting materials required by HIMS and HERS, making the company's generics vertical vulnerable to trade retaliation. AST SpaceMobile is similarly exposed. Their antennas require rare earth elements and specialized semiconductors. Because China controls 70% of global rare earth refining, any sudden export embargo would devastate AST's manufacturing costs and delay its launch schedule. Mara Holdings faces legislative pressure through the Restrict Act and federal tariffs. Current trade policy imposes a 25% tariff on advanced AI chips fabricated in Taiwan, significantly increasing the cost for Mara to outfit its new data centers. Additionally, new Bureau of Industry and Security export controls now restrict the transfer of quantum technology to foreign nationals. This makes it increasingly difficult for Rigetti and QUBT to recruit the global PhD talent required to advance their R&D roadmaps.
Why would I join
This
them?
shift from global efficiency toward domestic reshoring increases capital friction and pressures deployment schedules across the board. While fundamentals provide the context, the derivatives market shows us how these risks are being mathematically priced ahead of May 11. Market makers are demanding massive premiums for protection. The options chain is currently pricing a 15% expected move for AST SpaceMobile and a 17% move for HIMS and HERS during the week of earnings. This chart compares implied volatility against the stock's actual historical
damn.
movement.
Bet, Michael? You
Option
ready to
writers
bet?
are currently unanchored, demanding a significant risk premium to supply liquidity. In many of these names, implied volatility is trading at its highest level of the year. However, as soon as the earnings data is
Highest
released,
level of the
this
year,
implied
Michael?
volatility typically collapses in a mechanic known as a volatility crush.
Hmm.
This is why we often see a
Ooh, even
beat
the
and fade
computer knows
paradox.
to take a bet
A company
against it.
might beat its earnings estimate, but if its forward guidance doesn't justify the high volatility premium, the stock fails to
Justification
sustain a
is
rally.
what matters.
Conversely, algorithms often forgive a headline miss if the forward narrative remains intact. For retail investors, this volatility crush often destroys the value of directional bets via premium decay. For institutional desks, however, the inflated IV provides an edge to those selling volatility to capture that risk premium. Management
Yep.
enters the May 11 conference calls facing a market that demands specific data to justify their current
HIMS,
structural
eh?
pivots. Share price movement will not be determined by headline revenue, but by the qualitative defense of these new business models. For AST SpaceMobile, the critical metric is the hardware autopsy. Management must provide a technical explanation for the Bluebird 7 failure and a definitive timeline for their ASIC chip progression. Any ambiguity here suggests further launch delays and impending dilution. For HIMS and HERS, analysts will demand mathematical proof of their new margin structure. They must show that they can acquire customers for branded distribution without their marketing costs eroding the remaining profits. For Mara, the focus is on energy conversion. Management must validate the timeline for bringing the Long Ridge data center online and prove they can manage the transition from crypto mining to industrial energy hosting. And for the quantum cohort, the demand is for commercial yield. QUBT must show recurring revenue from its Tempe foundry, while Rigetti must prove that its 108-qubit system is successfully processing tasks for enterprise cloud clients. If these executive teams cannot defend these specific metrics, the market will likely revalue these assets based on their current cash burn rates. On May 11th, the narrative meets the balance sheet. On Monday, May 11th,
Guys, that's going to do it for
May
That's going to do it for the earnings outlook there. We can go back to the screen and wrap up here. It's 10:58, so let's go ahead. Let's do the wrap. Some of the stocks staying strong out there in the market, guys. A lot of semiconductors up over 20%. Was able to mention two of these out the gates here today, which was AAOI and NVTS. So I talked about these right out the gates when this one was pushing there to 165. Look at it. Remember I said, oh, it could get to 190 in a hurry. Well, there it is now. There it is, guys.
All right, so I did it. I did it.
It's the 190. Yeah.
Your
You took the
robot.
earnings?
Your robot convinced me. So I did a. Maybe I can see. Is there a?
Look at that rip there in AAOI, almost 190, guys, from 155 today. You could have been buying that with the strategy that I look at. I mean, that's a beautiful move. So
I did an
nice
Iron Condor on HIMS.
Oh, Iron Condor.
So essentially, if anyone wants to follow along, here, let me do this real quick because I know we're running out of time. So sell,
Push
and then sell. Hopefully, it doesn't show any account numbers. Roughly this, give or take. Buy and
FSIL ripping higher. That's another one, energy stock that's just pushing really strong today, guys.
So here is. Let's just do this.
Plug Power is also running with
real quick on the way out. So here I did a bunch of these, but essentially I'm selling at the money call and put, and then I'm buying further out of the money call and put, and that's kind of what my profit graph looks like. So best case scenario for me, HIMS moves less than 17%, and I'm fine. And you can see, right, max loss and max profit is about the same. So it's like a 1-to-1 risk reward, but it's a 1-to-1 risk reward with like a 70-ish% win rate. Just because I was looking at while they were talking about it again and explained it there perfectly, that they're just looking for this thing to be the most volatile earnings ever. And I look at it, it's like right stuck in a range.
Yeah.
So again, less than a 17% move, I'm a happy camper. More than a 17% move, I can lose 1 times what I would make when I'm right. So it's pretty decent trade as far as I'm concerned. I'm not filled yet, so I'll let you guys know tomorrow if I get filled. I just kind of put when you put like many lag trades out there, it sets like a mid price. So I'd make like $4-ish a share, and I put on like a couple of them. So I think four. Best case scenario, I think I make $2,000. Worst case scenario, I lose $3,000, and that's not a huge deal. But it's just I got to start. How many times have you heard me say I'm going to start trying these things? Well, it's time to start trying these things just to see. And HIM seems like a good one, just because I'm like, well, it's inside a range, so I'll just play with that. But that will be it for us. Market's just still chilling. It's been a day where there's been a lot of movement, but a lot of volatile. What does Steve call it? Going aggressively sideways. That's kind of what's been happening. So just be careful out there. Trade accordingly, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
We'll see you guys. Have a good one. Take care. Time for the scanners.
Peace.
What's up, everybody? It's Steve Tomlin here with Trade the Pool. We got an exciting day ahead of us here. We're going to get right on into our lunchtime recap review here in a sec. So let's pop into SPY, see what we're seeing on the intraday here. See what we are seeing. So we had the nice gap continuation, guys. We are bullish, ain't no denying it. That being said, a little bit of shake and bake from some Trump headlines in the past half hour. So we're going to watch and see if the market can hold the line, can reclaim this purple uptrend, 200-minute moving average. See how it's fighting for it. Once, twice with a higher low, trying to reclaim now. We will see. We will see. If it's going to be a continuation trend day, this purple should hold pretty nicely. So a little bit of a pivot there going into this. Let's pop on over to a hourly chart. And let's start at a daily. How we doing in the chat, guys? We got here. So here is SPY in all its glory. I'm gonna get rid of this fib there, and we can see we are trying to break on out of this channel and curl on up. We could also draw this perhaps as a megaphone like that. Just basically grinding up as hard as it can each day without going parabolic. So this remains constructive in my book. But we want to watch, see if intraday can hold that VWAP. So yeah, we have an interesting little potential short setup if this rejects. If this rejects, then VWAP sit not too much lower. So I would estimate, if you are looking to take a short, what you might want to do is divide the range here and see where the equilibrium is. So we could come down, retest the equilibrium here at 738.50, maybe a little bit lower into this lower volume node, driving down before this high volume would support us here at 737 and change. So in general, I'm kind of inclined to just keep on looking for dips to buy, because so far we have a lot of action going on in risk on sectors. It makes me think that we're going to keep on climbing this wall of worry. Hey, Talk, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Ooh, all right, we are just in time for a special guest here in just a moment. Let me know when you're ready. You can go ahead and ring that. Oh, there it is. And there he is. What's up, Josh? Oh, you know the deal. All right, we're gonna get Josh.
There we go. Boom.
There he is.
There we go. Yep.
Let's
there we
shake
go.
another.
Tesla, man. I got some Hey, Tesla. You liking some of this TSLL? I mean, my gosh, shows what a good move there from that. Of course, my Micron says 875, 1000. Here I come.
Sir.
SPY to 780 before we see a pullback. I think we might as well just lock that one in now. We're just going straight to Josh's 780. I mean,
We are getting
burner.
so bulled up. I love it. I love it. So Josh, you mentioned Tesla already. This was a fun one today. There's so many things moving. I didn't actually catch this one, but I said, hey, I bet you if it gives us a back test of the meme level, 420.69, that would be a buy. Undercut it briefly this morning before absolutely surging for the reclaim here, and I think this one's well on its way to, what did Mitch say, 500? I think he's being conservative. I think we got some room on this. Do you have any upside targets for Tesla?
New old 700.
Okay, that's been I've been saying Tesla 700 for 2 years now, so it's about dang time. That's what I'll say. I would love that.
Yeah,
That'd be the
sure.
measured move. I think. Good stuff.
Yeah, no, I think you guys have been on it there for a while, and that move back on up. I say all, but a lot of these plays. I mean, come on, it's not like Tesla's the only one. We've got, a handfuls on handfuls of stocks that are making these big red to green moves overall over the last year. And on the weekly, just looking good and bullish. I'm at all-time highs already. It's just crazy how many we have. I had all-time highs. You think about through the list, if you go through the board, what we've hit over the last, say, few months. So. And some continuing to go like SanDisks of the world, which, so this is definitely time to be bullish, 100%. I am bull. I don't know when we'll get that, the overall multi-day, like we talked about, multi-week pullback, but it doesn't seem like it's at least anytime currently happening, in my opinion, or it will be happening this week.
I'm right there with you. I think that there's so much trepidation in the market simply just because, well, things are going really well, and it's hard to feel like I can just keep on buying up here, especially with these semiconductors plays that are just absolutely ripping and tearing. We can look at just SMH. I mean, that alone, when the ETF looks like a parabolic, small cap move, look at that. Just insane. So I don't know. Here's my thing. When you're this far outside of a range, mean reversion isn't really what it used to be, right? Like, people were trying to mean revert this when it was at the top of the range, and they've just been smoked so severely. We rebased. I'll zoom in on the daily. We rebased about halfway up the massive rally and used this to push off of. I tried to short this, Josh. I tried to short it on this day. And you know what? I took the loss on the next morning because I saw it was breaking on upwards still. So it's really hard to call tops on these. But when we're talking about, 2 weeks ago, SMH bears. Okay, I'm sorry. A month ago, SMH bears were thinking that we need to wipe out down to 300 or something. Once we broke the range, they're saying, okay, we'll get the fade back to 400. Now we're starting to look at that we're so extended that even a big significant pullback would just be kind of digestion and maybe a larger flag out of this kind of really extensive pull that we're making here. So even if we're bearish, you could trade sideways for a while and then just keep on cooking up. And Josh, these fundamentals are so amazing on each and every earnings that we're seeing in the semiconductor space. Everything's just booked out for so far forward. So I don't think it's done yet, and I think that people are going to be really, really mad about it. It's just going to keep going.
Yeah, good mention there, tech. You got light today up to all-time highs. You got B today moving back up to close to all-time highs. Another one here you can even mention in a different sector in energy that's just going bananas here over the past few weeks. B, yeah, Bloom Energy, yeah.
Big one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Man, this one, Josh, this one messed up so many great traders I know. I only know one person out of hundreds of people who trade actively. I know one person who caught this move, and maybe 10, 15 were trying to catch it. This was so tough to play if you didn't just have such conviction on this gap up and just buy right there. I saw people saying, hey, I need it to stabilize more. And then they gapped up again, chased it up here, got stopped out here. And now they're probably sitting here going, man, when does this thing stop? I don't think it stops because I think it's just eating shorts on every dip. So I love that you mentioned that because I think it's a great, great sector. Josh, another hot sector right now? It is
the video game, making video games into movies.
Oh, is that a hot sector? Is that what we're going to be talking about? Oh. You're still Mortal Kombat mode. I respect it. So what? Let's see. When is that brand new? Is it already out? Is it coming out? What's the timeline on the?
You talking to TAC?
No, I'm talking to you, brother.
Talking to me about what? Hold on, about what?
Okay, I'm sorry. No. I thought you were saying.
I thought you meant timeline. I was just being goofy about. Well, because you don't know if you saw the Street Fighter. If they're making the Street Fighter later this year, Mortal Kombat. Next thing, hey, what about a Tekken movie? We gonna get a Tekken movie? There's a lot of old video games. Time Crisis. That's an old video game. Would be a cool movie. Yeah. I think there's some light to be shed there. Steve, did you watch The Fifth Element? TAC asking.
Oh,
Steve.
Oh no, Josh. I was coding all weekend. I feel like it's like the opposite of dog ate my homework. I was actually working. I didn't have time. I'm so sorry. Tonight, Fifth Element. Me and Bruce Willis have a date. And who's that? Chris Tucker? Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I know. I'm so sorry, Talk. I'm in market mode. What can I say? I just revamped my newsletter, and actually, if you guys are interested, I can show you that real quick. Josh, you want to take a pick at a few picks from there?
What's up?
Want to take a quick look at? I got some picks on my newsletter that I think are starting to play out. I want to put them on people's radar real quick.
Let's look at them.
Awesome, brother. All right. Just hiding all of my social security information there. Just kidding. So I'm going to zoom this a little smaller. We can keep the grid up because there's a lot of stuff cooking today. We're watching space for sure. I'm in ASTS here. And we'll keep let's keep SPY visible too, because it is starting to pull back, guys. It does look like we are losing that 200-minute moving average here. So expect a little pullback. I did my trims this morning already. I trimmed Cypher, I trimmed APLD, and I trimmed DRAM and MU. I did trim my MU, Josh. I'm so sorry. But
I've trimmed most down to just I'm down to my final one. Essentially, I'll final share. Essentially, I'll scale that when we see 875 area, and then when we see 1K, and then I'll see if we don't go maybe on some bananas mode and continue up and SNDK LITE it and see 1K plus and just hold on to one share.
Beautiful. I love it. And Josh, this is I got to give you your flowers, because you helped me have the confidence to get involved in SanDisk at 1,000. In MU, I added up at like 500, but then 550 I think I added too. And just your ability to isolate when a trend is strong enough that you can really latch onto that and just actually buy those dips. And then, of course, by actually finding those dang dips, let me see, I wanted to pull up this hourly to show y'all. There it is. There's the setup that we were talking about. If you were watching us last week on stream, you caught this live, and now you're seeing that we're not completely full of it. Josh knows what he's doing with these bounce plays, because we were talking about these wicks that formed right there. We were saying big expansion, and then cash session here. This was support. It smashed up and flipped it to support. So then it surged overnight, washed out in the morning. Everybody's like, "Oh, the top's in." Not Josh. We were just adding. I think you played this consolidation, right?
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful. Wanted to make sure you gotta be careful, because it could have been this one, could have been this one. This thing just keeps going. But yeah, I think it was this one. And then you get the really nice compression, and you get kind of this just falling wedge kind of flag, whatever you want to call it, but really respecting the bottom makes it feel so nice for once you do get that kind of what would you call it? I call it just like a peekaboo when it pops that trend line and then holds again a higher low. To me, that's just showing that we're getting nice and tight there and ready to break out the top. So really beautiful follow through there. But Josh, all of these names, if you just tag in like on any kind of logical spot for SanDisk, it was that 1,000 level off of earnings that were good, you know? And so the 1,000 level right down here, that was beautiful. And I bet you if we do the same thing, we'll find something similar. So I see wicks here, and there it is. Just tags right back in, but holds that low. And there's your bounce play. So really great stuff there, Josh. And I think that this is kind of what you have to do in these. Because Josh, I wasn't owning SanDisk from 400. You know, it's like, how do you get in? How do you get into something like this? And it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, patience is the key. Patience. I think what's helped with these throughout the years is trading those supernova large or small caps that have gone. And I'm like, I know there's still areas to get in, and most would be scared. And then I would early on, right? You just watch it go and watch it go and watch it go. But then the more you watch it, the more you study it. You go, oh, okay, I'll find some areas. I may not get filled, if so, well. But if so, and I do get filled, well, it's money, baby.
It's money. I love it. Talk is asking, how's our DRAM? So Talk, I don't know how early I am. But I am getting out more and more of my memory plays here. So DRAM was this is the one that I'm going to hold on to the longest here. Oh, look at that big boy. What a sweet guy.
No, so this is L. Say Eleanor. Say hi, L. So this is well, her name when we first got her. We named her 11, of course. 11 off of
Stranger Things.
Yep. And then that morphed into L. And then we stopped calling her even 11 and just turned her into L. And now we call her Eleanor, LL. She's got so many names anymore, but yeah, she's like
LL Cool J. Love it.
Yeah. So when Avery's out of town, when my wife's out of town, this is what happens. They all want to come in here and they are like, well, Mom's not here, so what are we going to do today, Dad? Yeah, this big goober right here. That's why I feel like he talks. He's like, how you doing? All right, guys, can we go lay down? We were doing good in the first hour. But it's like portion one of the day, they're usually good. Then we start getting, the further we get through the day, the more antsy they start getting. Like, Dad, we want attention. You know, like usually mom's here, but there we go. There's some love for the dog.
I love it. I thought she was named 11 because, I mean, it's like Spinal Tap, you know? It's like this one goes to 11, you know? It's like, that's a big dog.
I love it.
Oh, man. Yeah, so we've been talking all these semiconductors. We talked Koru a little bit. That's the South Korean ETF there. And essentially what we might be seeing is the start of a blow-off top. It's really hard to call these tops, so I'm sure as heck not shorting. But I am just starting every day to get out a little bit more and more because I was really heavy in this DRAM talk. Me and you, baby. We've been riding this thing for a while now, since the 3250, I want to say, in this build out here. So really, really nice. Just sticking with this one, and this one is easier to stick with because it's this ETF, you know. So you're not beholden to any one company's fundamentals, and you can just bank on the whole sector continuing to lift its way up. So now that we've gotten essentially, to me, this looks like it is starting to / did go parabolic and could go like a couple more days, get crazy. We could see another 20%. I don't want to call the top by any means, but I just got to start protecting some risk here and figure like this was a great trade. And Josh, here's my thing. If the sector move is real, we will see rotation into other components of the sector, which are maybe more second order thinking or second order beneficiaries of this move.
Check out MRAM. Check out
MRAM.
MRAM from earnings last week. MRAM's another one in same sector, just rolling here over the last few weeks.
And Josh, this looks excellent. So this looks like Micron did. Actually, this kind of looks like Micron now, to be honest. It's flagging up here after going kind of straight vertical. Yeah. So I think I can keep. I think I can keep going. Honestly, this looks beautiful, and it's got the RAM in the name, so you're good to go, baby. That's all you need when the theme is that hot. So one more I want to put on your guys' radar. It's going to be P. Coming back a little bit. But I think this one has a lot of potential to do the same kind of move. I'm going to pull up a weekly really quick. Huh. Well, that's not going to help us too much. Let me go to the newsletter and I'll show you guys there.
Well, not so fast. There, hold on a sec.
So
we'll touch back up on we have earnings later too. I want you to, if you back, I guess it's HIMS today's gonna be big, right? We got your ASTS today. Mm-hmm. So RGTI is another one that I would like to look at. RGTI. I'll be doing earnings with you today, so I'll cover some of these other guys that whatever you're not looking at.
Awesome, I love it. Yeah, RGTI is going to be fun. My eyes are locked on that HIMS and the ASTS for sure. But man, look at this beautiful chart on RGTI. This is really clean, Josh. I like this. Got a little 3 knock.
Mara, that's another one later today we can take a look at too. Plug later today as well that I've looked at in this over the last few weeks and months. So yeah, there'll be some fun ones to look at today.
Absolutely, yeah. And some of these can really move.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, what I was going to say real quick about P, get that chart up. So P is really interesting from a couple perspectives. This one is one that is in the memory space, but it is not breaking out of its all-time highs yet. I'll zoom in just a little. Wish I had a bigger picture for y'all right now, but essentially this weekly chart is just breaking what I consider a head and shoulders, an inverted head and shoulders with an overshoot. It retested that 77 to 80-ish kind of pivot and gapped up really nicely. So, Josh, are you familiar with this name, P?
Nope, I haven't looked at it before.
Gotcha. Well, it's a trick question because it was PSTAG, I believe. So they're kind of rebranding here to try to capture this AI infrastructure build-out theme, and I think they might be turning a corner here. So the whole idea is that this base has been building. It's quite a wide range on the year. So while all these other RAM type plays, storage type plays, they're all up out the top, going parabolic. This one's still trading 20% under its 52-week highs. So if hyperscaler design wins keep on landing and the AI capex keeps running, then that base could be a really nice launch pad for that next leg up. If the narrative softens, it could give back those gains. But either way, it's a clean expression of this continuation trade. And I don't have to be sweating every night thinking about holding Micron up, 6,000% up on the year. It makes me feel a little more comfortable that if the theme runs, this keeps working. If not, well, it's not so extended that it'll drop 30% overnight. Like some of these might, I don't know. So I just wanted to put this on people's radar. They essentially do storage and data infrastructure serving hyperscaler AI builds. So they're a direct beneficiary of that AI capex, and every new training cluster needs storage at scale. So basically the idea here is that if we do get this re-rating thesis, they go from trading like this legacy storage company into that more, deserving of an infrastructure multiple there. So that's my play of the week here. It's
all right.
It's starting to cook. We'll see if it can hold. I want to see at least a close over 87. That's what I'd really like. But yeah, P, very, very impressive there. I got to talk space too, Josh, because ASTS is starting to play catch up in a big way. Did you see the move on Rocket Lab?
Oh, I did not.
Dude, yeah, I'll pull that up for you. This was insane. We saw this on earnings. We were watching our CoreWeave a little more closely. Didn't catch the trade, but man, big breakout and now continuation all the way to 120 today. Insane. So
That is a move. Yeah, because of course, like I said, Thursday, it was moving into weekend mode already. So yeah, Thursday at about noon to 1 my time locally, I just stopped looking at charts. And so when I came back Friday, I got a little bit with you with the lunch recap, and so today I'm finally kind of back at it. Didn't even look at RKLB Rocket Lab last week after the earnings it had, and whoa, that's a mover right there, buddy.
Oh yeah, and I love how this is playing so nicely. What I really love is the surge. We got the big close on high volume with the earnings catalyst, that big tailwind to smash us through these all-time highs. I was telling people, hey, if you're in this, congratulations. Don't sell, but maybe trim a little. Well, it turned out to be the wrong call because this thing said, no, we're not going to play no games. We're not going to waffle around this high and digest it here. We're going to definitively smash up another 10, 15%? Something like that. 12%, not too shabby for a day's work there. And what I'm seeing here, Josh, is that we just surged straight up to the 127 fib. So that's the extension of this range that we're watching. We see the big surge, and now it's just smacking its head there a tiny bit, but actually popping through. So I'd love to see a close over roughly 115 should be good enough. 115, 116. Somewhere in there to get really cooking. And man, talk, you're getting ahead of me. You're getting ahead of my scheduling here. We are going to talk silver. Don't you worry. I'm in that one too. Josh, it's fun. It's fun times here for swing traders. It's like, oh, I want a little piece of that.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a piece of that. Yeah. You turn around, they're up 20%. You're like, oh, all right. So ASTS, needed to mention this one. This is the big laggard, having trouble replicating the success of Rocket Lab. That being said, they have earnings coming up. They've washed out very nicely and reclaimed very nicely on its 80 big pivot for me. I really liked this 80 level here, 75 to 80. Something like... yeah, where's my line? Something like that, roughly. This kind of area where we consolidated before the squeeze, tried to hold multiple times before washing out, but now with this clean undercut here, I'm really liking this potential into earnings. So, Josh, I have a question. How do you ever hold anything through earnings if you're in like a little scalp or swing that starts to work?
Well, intentionally Amazon, but other than that, no. Okay. Amazon was a long term. Like just say, hey, MU just somehow continues to go bananas, and I have that whatever share size, But yeah, never. No.
Okay, and I totally respect it. I am usually the same way, and I have to feel like I can catch a cushion into an earnings and have real conviction that the earnings, it's not a coin flip, right? So for me, ASTS responding bullishly to earnings with the sentiment in the sector and with just how bad the sentiment is for this name in particular, while the sentiment overall is very bullish. I think this creates this asymmetrical risk reward here where for me, so my whole thing is I tagged in a little bit this morning. I wish I sized bigger, but I'm up 18% because it's ASTX, the 2X. So what I think I'm going to do, Josh, is the end of day, I'm going to sell it and then I'm going to buy half of a position's worth in the ASTS regular shares. So I will be de-risking from full exposure to 25% essentially is what I'm thinking. And so that I think gives me enough cushion with that 15-20% on top there that I can hold through this, and potentially with that quarter of a share, I caught 15% on one quarter, but if I catch 60% on I caught 15% on 3 quarters, but if I catch 60% on 1 quarter, I'm doubling my gains, So that's where I'm going to be kind of trying to juice this trade. Hey, what's up, Nigel? What's up, Snowman?
Yeah, how we doing, guys? How we doing, Crow in the house? How we doing? Crow says, what's a cat? And we got 2. One cat is, going back to the 5th element. Lilu. So Lilu is one of the cat's names. And I just thought about this the other day. Lilu and Stitch. It's like, oh yeah, there's another Lilu that's kind of famous. Lilu and Stitch. And I was like, I was too old at that point. I didn't think about it. But Lilu for me was Lilu off of 5th element. And then we have dogs.
And I'm over here thinking Leela from Futurama, right? The classic.
Oh yeah, that's close. Yeah, but Lilu has a lot of like orange in her, like it's like her coat. And so whatever time, I just remember, whatever reason, I looked up movie characters, TV movie characters that had red or orange that were powerful. And Lilu was one of the ones that kept coming up. I was like, oh, I like that name, and I loved her in the movie. And so Lilu is one of the cats' name, and then we have Doc. So Doc, of course, from
Doc Holliday.
Back to the Future. That's a good movie. Back to the Future, yes, Back to the Future.
Okay.
Well, and it would make more sense, but unfortunately, the best cat that has ever lived, his name was McFly. Unfortunately, passed away. But man, he's who started the McFly. Then we got Doc afterward. But yeah, we had McFly, and then we adopted another cat. We're like, what should we name him? And it just kind of came naturally one day. I was like, what about Doc? So we have Doc and McFly. She's like, oh, that'd be perfect. So yeah, we have Doc. And then, which is funny, just to rhyme. So we come up with all these other names. So if we say TikTok, is this him? Here's TikTok Doc. So this guy is Doc. And here we go, Mr. No, show off those big old pretty green eyes. He's like, no, I don't want to. But he goes by TikTok, so just because it rhymes with Doc. But yeah, TikTok Doc. What's up, Doc?
That's adorable. Well, speaking of shout outs, rest in peace, Mr. McFly. We do have Fly on the screen here that I want to get into in just a second.
Crazy.
And I thought I heard my critter scuttling around. I thought I was gonna go wrangle him for y'all. She'll be back. You'll see Cleo later. But right now you can watch Fly here. This has got a really nice cup, and it's a loose handle here, but I do think it's looking really explosive. Saw a lot of good flow on this one as well, and this is in the space theme as well. I see Talk is fading me apparently. Talk took Steve. I took the other side of the space and space telecom trade. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're just taking a different angle towards it. It looks like AMT and CCI. I'm not familiar with those, and I would really like to look into them. Yeah, definitely going to take a look at that. Oh, hey, Nigel. All right. Hey, Steve. Hey, Josh. Won the Raffle Friday. Congratulations. Didn't even know you did. Absolutely.
I still have that pulled up. It's Eunice H and Nigel, so I actually still have this pulled up. So I'm like, I want to make sure I forgot to reach out to Gil and anyone else, all those other guys, Carlo, and say, hey, just want to make sure you got the names from Friday, and I want to make sure I did it right. I'm pretty sure I did. Forgot to even say anything over the weekend. Of course, again, I was in like kid mode, weekend mode, and then so I have this up still, and here it is, Nigel. So now I know I can X out of this and know that Nigel, congratulations, got that Flex 25K. Good job, my man. Yeah, welcome to Trade the Pool. I don't know if you thought about using us. I'm hoping so, because you've been watching. That's why you filled out your information to get a free 25K. So yeah, man, it's good stuff. You're at the right group, right? Good. I mean, again, we got small cap traders, we got large cap traders, we got futures traders, again, Caesar and Alejandro that I had on Friday night. Gil and Katz and me had all these messages on Saturday morning, like, oh, we watched it, we love it, so hopefully we'll be seeing even more of those traders. So yeah, we pretty much covered all here, from small caps, large caps, options, futures. We got you covered there. But yeah, congratulations, that's awesome there, Nigel.
Yes, sir. And
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that though when I saw his name, and then he said that. I was like, oh, that's Nigel. That's Nigel.
Welcome. Yeah, we love to have you here. You are in the right place if you are a student, so I love the name too. I just want to put it on your radar, Snowman. So the reason why I like Fly here, it's a little bit safer than ASTS in terms of a way to play this space theme in a name that isn't super extended like the Rocket Lab. That's because it already had its earnings. Earnings were about, I think it was on this red day, this green to red day, or maybe it was the day before. It gapped up, came back down to support, and is now starting to push off and curl up. And Josh, I really love these plays that sweep out on earnings that are fine. Maybe they're not as good as expected, but they wash out all the sentiment and then reload. And that's what we saw on Tesla so beautifully. This was the earnings gap down day, nothing crazy, just coming back to retest essentially this base that it broke out from. So once you got that, bada bing, bada boom, you get the straight shot move, and that's what we're looking for. That's what I would love to see on Fly as well. And I'll give you guys one more space name that I think could get really explosive. Full disclosure, I am in this one from much lower. So 750 is my cost basis. I'm not worried about what this thing does, but I do think it has a lot of legs, and I sure wish I bought a little more. This is another one, Josh, that washed out on earnings right about here before just saying, nah, we're cooking, baby. So I'm loving this look on a high time frame. Let me show you the monthly as well. Look at that. So one of my favorite types of setups on these, Josh, is I love when you get the washout of an IPO and then it goes crazy and then everybody thinks it's dead forever, donezo. But then like a year or two later, after massive consolidation, you realize that this big surge was legit and it just took this long to digest it before trying to move up higher. I don't know if that's what we're getting, but I think it might be.
Got Snowman ask about Hertz in chat. So Hertz, we'll get that one up too here. Just when I know you're going to go to QBTS. You can go to that if you want to first, but I just want to make sure we cover Hertz. So I was putting that on the screen so we don't forget about it.
Sure, no, absolutely. We can hit that next for sure. I just wanted to mention how insane some of these moves can get, because QBTS is one of the most insane examples I can think of, where you had this significant range from 28 cents to 334, and then when it did actually surge on up above through that and consolidate, it took months and months. But this giant, what was it, like 1,000% move from the bottom? Yeah, literally 1,000% move. Look at that from the bottom. That wasn't the move. That was the prep for this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's still going for this insane. What is it? It's actually less. It's a 700% move, but I mean, this is a lot easier to play than a penny stock, right? It's a viable setup. So I'm just always looking for these types of really explosive setups that reclaim their IPO base. One more for the record. You can't see the Palantir IPO, but it was at 34, I want to say was the peak, somewhere around there. So the craziness that you can see if the streets just caught off sides on these can be explosive. And with all of this hype, like all of this crazy hype around the space names, I think it's worth trying to tag into those. So Josh, HTZ we were gonna go over here.
HTZ, yes. Had earnings on Thursday of last week. Kind of forming a little W here on the daily here. I'm just kind of going over it too. But yeah, I mean, I like this on the top side for some more continuation. You need it for a move back up to 7, then maybe 8 over that. But it does have some nice higher low pattern, little W. Depends on what time frame you're looking at. But I see some bully action here.
No, I'm with you, and I love this. I love this little look on the monthly. I always take a start. It's way zoomed out. I know it's boring to some people, but you get this nice curly. This is actually a really curved first push out, and that already shows that there were buyers waiting. Then you get this really extended flag to form that kind of W that you're talking about there, Josh. The higher low. How I see this is just the wick of here is just retransacting. Yep, retransacting the exact area where we broke up from, but we did not lose the low of that candle. That's important. So Josh, I love this look for a higher low bottom here. So the monthly, it's ticking all the right boxes, right? So now I get to go into the weekly. Zoom on in. Hey, Eli Mitchell, by the way, can you speak on HIMS and HERS, please? Absolutely, yeah. So we're going to be talking about that a lot more going into the last hour of the day, into the actual print. We're going to be looking at it live, perhaps trading it live if we get a good look. We can absolutely go over that. We'll tackle that one next after the Hertz here to give you guys a little preview, and then we can tease the other earnings plays too, because I think, Josh, your eyes are on the quantum names, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's perfect because I love the quantum names too, but it's just a little too much for any one guy to cover. So we're going to have the dream team, the 1-2 punch combo here helping y'all out. So Hertz on the weekly here. Snowman, I'm really liking this. So we got the downtrend break very clean. We got the back test very clean. This is very, very healthy price action. So now we're seeing consolidation on the weekly, but I can't really tell exactly what it's doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark out this support, these rising moving averages here on the weekly. It should hold this low. Now I'm going to go into the daily. And this is how you kind of take a big zoom out and you zoom in, and you find your exact spot where you're trying to enter. So what we see here, this is the weekly order block or the weekly support marked out. And we can see that the weekly down here on the weekly chart, it was the blue and the yellow. So it's the 9 and the 21 EMA. So now on the daily here, it's actually the 50. So this is just showing that all these kind of moving averages and all these time frames kind of work together to hand off support from one level to another. So we confirmed on those weekly levels as well as confirming on this 50-day daily. So a little bit of confluence there. And now we're starting to confirm above these daily levels. So I'm loving the handoff there. We can draw this line here, and that gives us some information of this trend line peak. But one thing I like to do if it's kind of this big of a fall off, this steep, often what I will do is I will actually take this intermediate, this little middle wick up, kind of the in middle of the W, and I'll actually use that to draw my little trend line here. I find these lines can be a little bit neater, but it's still showing this peekaboo action today. So I love this look today. I think this one could be good for a position trade. And what I would say is that you can get in today with a stop under the low of the day, and it shouldn't go back. If it comes back to these moving averages at 610 to 625, that could be a chance to buy if you see buyers stepping in there. Otherwise, I think that this thing is just going to take its time and try to kind of carve up and push out up to some of these higher targets. So I'm seeing this low volume node here. That's a good place where it could pop really quickly, then come back to retest this high volume. Then it can try to flip this big point. If it can consolidate over there, then it can do the big push, I would say, up to this next high volume level. So that'd be what it kind of looks like. This would happen faster, I'm assuming. It would happen something like that if it wants to get going pretty crazy. And the idea that I'd be looking for here is essentially to build out. I gotta zoom out. Build out like a 4 knock on a level. So yeah, this level we have once, twice, 3 times, and then it would be the 4th time that would pop us through this high volume node of $7. If we get over 7, Snowman, I think you're rocking and rolling there. Fly making new highs? We making money already?
Hey, bringing up Fly and McFly. There we go. Love it. Yeah, that new high. It's trying to pop back on up. So it's just, not much. Yeah, it's popping
a little
back
higher.
On up.
Hey, we can play ball a little bit here. Ride with you, Snowman. See if it tags me in. Take 50 there. I'd take 25 there. Another 25 there. So the idea being we're reclaiming these moving averages. We got a nice higher low in here. And I'd like to get a little pop back to retest this high volume node at 38.75 to tag in.
Oh, check. What number was that again?
38.78? 30 what?
37? My 875 roll. My 875 roll thing. Yeah, my 875 number that I always bring up.
It's 875. Okay. I thought that it was
875, 2875, 3870. It's it doesn't matter what comes in front of 875, but yeah, 875 is the key. I mean, there was a ticker the other day that was I go through all the morning alerts, but it was I just see it a lot. I just was going through morning alerts today and I saw that again. It was like a couple of plays, either low of day or high of day, whether it's 278.75 or 328.75, or there you go for Fly. It's crazy how, you'll just see that 875 just come into play so often. I love it.
Okay, 870. I got to burn it into my brain here. Okay, all right. So now we just saw a little pressure release. I just got filled on this little tap back gap fill back to the 9 moving average. Now is where we're going to see what's going on. My last ad would be down here at 38.45. That would be the 21 plus the 50-minute moving average. And I will let this one cook just a little bit, but it shouldn't close many candles, if any candles below here. Then I'd probably be saying I'm wrong. So I'm going to put my last order in here. Make sure it's the right size. Yep. All right. So far, so when sometimes you will see a wick that goes through your order and you don't get filled, and that just shows that there was a lot of demand sitting there, and I was not high up enough in line to get that fill. So that just makes me feel a little better. I'm okay with missing that ad because, hey, I got one in just a little bit above there at current price. If we dip lower, I'll feel a little bit better that there are some resting buyers already, but there's a nice bottom wick there, and that's what we're looking for, guys. So I'm going to put this one on the lower corner here. Ooh, ASTS curling up nicely as well. And oh man, guys, so this is a great example. This is a great example of a day where you just can't short. You're not allowed to short. Because this sure was looking like it wanted to break down.
Better be quick. Better be quick if you do.
Mm-hmm. But man, look at that. That's so ugly. It's like boom, boom, boom. 3 knocks. So heavy, but it could not hold the line. Bull stepped in exactly where they needed to there. God, that's pretty.
And before we check out him, go over that, I do want to bring. I think again, it goes when names run together when they sound familiar, look familiar, and it had earnings last week, and it has nothing to do with HIMS or in the same area, if I'm not mistaken. But it's HIMX, so HIMX is running from earnings last week, and that continues to make new highs, and it's run as well.
Wait, okay, so Josh, I've seen this ticker. I assumed it was 2x levered HIMS, so that's not the case. So I could have been one of those people getting sucked in on this. That means there's other people who are thinking the same thing. So do you happen to know what sector this is in? Is it photonics? Okay, it's photonics. I don't even need to know. It's photonics.
I'm like, what it looks like that. Yeah. But it does like it's not anything to do with what HIMS. I know that, so that's what I was trying to look on. What exactly they do. So
I bet you dollars to donuts that thing does something to do with photonics, because all those charts are insane. And wow, this can go so much further, Josh. Whoa. I love these charts. This looks very similar to another that I'll show you all in a second. But if we take this big range, we extrapolate it out. Oh, baby. Josh, this is like your 28.75 kind of thing. The precision of these 127 extensions always blows my mind. Look at that, to the penny. Woo. To the penny before pullback. That doesn't mean it's done, but it means it's acting so pretty. So this is the test. Now it's going to come back and try to consolidate this week, I think, and just keep on surging through there. I love that. Holy moly. All right, we can talk HIMS now. That's insane, though.
It's actually semiconductor. So it's technology and industry semiconductor, or an Asian company over in Taiwan. I say, yeah. Saying everything correctly. Yeah. So there we go. So we got HIMX Technologies, a fabless semiconductor company, provides display imaging processing technologies in China, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, the United States, Mexico, and internationally. It operates in two segments anyway: driver, IC, and non-driver products. So there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to confirm, it is considered a photonics play, and kind of like you're saying, like a stealth AI supplier there. So it's driven by its work in silicon photonics and co-packaged opticals, CPO. That's one. Josh, this is the coolest and hardest thing about this job. Every darn week, I'm having to become an expert on a new industry. You know, like I'm a Twitter expert on this, then I'm a Twitter expert on that. I don't actually know very much, but I am learning a lot. And what I am learning is different subsectors of this photonics sector, which is a subsector of semiconductors, essentially. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Somebody else tried to log into this account, so we're booted out for 1 second. Who am I booting off if I get back in? I think I need to. We're on stream, so sorry whoever I'm kicking off, but I need charts. Talk's bringing up something else good too that's going to be involved in this HIMS setup. So man, he's always one step ahead. I love it. Let's look into the HIMS chart, and then we can talk about. Did I freeze? Hello.
No, you're here. You're good. Yeah, the HIMS is no. Yeah, you're good. Okay. No, I'm listening. Yeah, I was like, I'm just pulling up HIMS myself. Yeah, you're good. Looking at the chart.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, I'm back to loaded here. So, yeah, we will be talking about the whole GLP space and all of these semi-glutide. That's what it is, right? Producers, something like that. Some big word like that. HIMS seems to be trying to turn this corner. And we are going to be talking more about the fundamentals later, but I'll give you the technical setup here. To me, this is looking really darn explosive if it can break these top wicks here in this downtrend line, which it's setting up at. Here's our little pivot. I really like this. We cooking on fly. I do see that I'm up green. Who's trying to log in? Someone's trying to log in.
All right. Someone's messing with you is what I think going on.
I'm getting Ashton Kutcher pranked over here. I'm getting punked. Hold on a sec. Josh, feel free to pull up your screen if you want for a sec. I'm going to DM the good folks and see who's stealing my account here.
You're good. I'll get mine pulled up here.
I want to see how that fly trade's cooking.
He's like, where's my fly at? He's like, I can't even look at fly right now. He's a fly guy.
I hate it when you're not paying attention. Someone's like, fly's down. Dang it.
Boom. There we go. There we go. Getting everything pulled back up. There we are. Oh, come on, MU, and squeeze already. I'm just looking at MU, just wanting that play just completely go gangbusters. Right, here we go. There's your fly play, mister. Yeah, we're just popping back up good 9 through the back of the 9 and the VWAP. 52 as well being broken right there. No, it's a nice, good higher low pattern, right? We got the low. We got a new higher low pattern coming on in here. Fly, just want to fly.
I thought you were going to hit me with the fly like an eagle, but that's good too.
Well, yeah, I could go there too. Yeah, we can. There we bring up some good music. We bring up some good jams. Yeah. Oh, you got fly back up?
I hope so. Pull that fly up. No one wants to see that. Come on. There we go. So we're getting the breakout here. I love this. So I like our entries. Wish we got filled on a little more, but hey, we got in off the 9. That's what matters. Clean entry. I'll close these. I'll add this one back on a back test here of the 200 minute plus the 9. If we do get it, front run that just a little right there at 39 flat. That seems fine. So far up about 50 cents on the trade, 40 cents on the trade. Not too bad. I'm liking it, Josh.
Well, look where the fly bounce play is coming in today, too. You go look at yesterday's chart. Now, we almost got the bounce play that we've been talking about so frequently here, like me on Micron, at the opening bell today. I would have wanted a bounce play off around 36.50 from yesterday, but today it bounces at 36.90 or so right there at the opening bell. But if you go back and look, that 36.50 from yesterday was such a beautiful area. And then again, we built another one yesterday where we truly are getting bounce, where your recent bounce play comes in, is at 37.75-ish area. There becomes another one of those areas that I love sandwiches, right? Where old resistance becomes support. And then you just put orders in there looking to get filled the next day. And I mean, like even today, like say like a Micron type of, hey, I missed the first move, let me get filled back down. And you could be filled today. First orders at 36, we'll call it 37 if you would have put orders in off that area. But you say 37.40, 37.30 after some average fills, 37.50, and boom, here we go all the way back up to 39s. So beautiful. I love it. Just it built up a beautiful chart yesterday for you to add in today for the continuation up.
Yeah, and it's looking so good. If it comes back to that pivot, I'll get in on one share. Just for the funsies, because it looks like it wants to expand up higher. So I did take my first trim in the morning, probably like right about where we are. Yeah, I think it was like slightly over 800. So
yeah, pull up fly. Show the chart. I want people to see, because I thought it was on my chart. You're the one. You've got the screen sharing power. So it's back to you. Pull up fly. And that's what I thought I was showing them. It was not. But look at the bounce. Yeah, look at the bounce plays today and where they're coming off from yesterday is what I was saying. So if you look at yesterday's chart on fly, it built up such good areas for you to add in today for the move back on up. There were so many areas for you yesterday where I was showing you where the areas were. Like I said, 36.50 was one, and 37.75 was another area. And those were just, you didn't quite get filled there, the opening bell. And then the real area was right there. That is such a solid area.
Okay, so help me, because I'm not seeing it as clearly as I usually do. What did you identify with this 36.61? Maybe it's because I'm on a 15-minute chart.
No, and it's in a smaller time frame. It's if you go to like a 5-minute, you'll see it a little bit better and in depth there from yesterday. It just doesn't quite get down to that. But all it is saying, there's that first upper shadow resistance that comes in. We go and we blow up from it, and then we come back down and bounce right off that wick and that upper shadow at 36.50 or so. That would be an area I would look for a dip, and it now builds up even a bigger, better area at that 37.75 or whatever you want to call that. More elongated, so it really almost any time frame, unless it's hourly, you could bring that chart up and go, oh wow, yeah, that's a nice good demand area now around 37.75.
Okay, no, I am seeing it clearer now. So basically, let me rephrase this in my own words and tell me if I'm on the money or off base. So this is a little bit of a pivot where we surge up to it, then pop it and backtest, and there's another buyer who steps in here, because a seller stepped in, and then a buyer stepped back in and ran them over. So then we're yeeting on up. Again, another seller tried to step in, but a buyer ran him over. More volume came in to surge up. And so this is kind of retesting the strength of this buyer and the strength of this buyer to see if the guys who bought yesterday to boost this higher are still on the tape and still wanting to say, hey, we're just getting started, brother. We're just getting started. Is that kind of...
Like you're saying... Yes, and like you're saying earlier with the MU and the same compare, it was kind of the same thing on MU, right? Where I'm going, that's a big well. That's there's still, like you're saying, there's still more move to be had. I'm like, oh yeah, that well's gonna get bigger. Let's keep riding with them, kind of so to speak, or the shark, little Placo fish that ride on the sharks and those whales. And so I'm just one of those little Placo fish that go, oh, like there's some room left. This guy's still got some more to eat. I'm like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, this dude's a hungry mofo. He's got some more food to be eaten. And so I'm just jumping on and getting his drums.
So when you're talking about food to be eaten, I love that, because I always say eat the wick. Because the wick, it's like a big old push down. It's like somebody shoves a big old hoagie in your face and you're like, I can eat all of that and more. I'm still hungry, baby. That's all you got? Give me another sandwich, And so they ate all of the liquidity from this big wick up in the morning. But where'd they come back and reload it? So if this is where they're selling and they're buying very clearly down here, that looks like a progression of the range uppies, right? That's what I see in, at least.
And by the way, another play we brought up, your fly plays moving. MRAM, we talked about the RAM plays. MRAM, new high of day, continues to climb here now on up to uptrend channel. Beautiful trend line for the day. You can see that beautiful trend line she's on, and she just keeps on ripping on up. I'm going to bring that one back on up there too as well. So MRAM, beautiful move.
How do you feel about a little cheeky bounce play if it comes back and tests the pre-market highs?
Well,
With
the
a
typical
stop?
thing I like. Yes, yeah, 100%. Yeah. So what I typically do is just look at the last retracement levels for the next push up. So if I go back and look at the last like 3 retracements, we failed at 42 and came back and bounced at 40. We failed at 43, came back and bounced at 41. We failed at 43 and came back and bounced at 42. So we have $2 pullbacks and $1 pullbacks that are going on currently. Now off that area, we're talking that's 43 or it's 43. So we're right there in the wheelhouse. $1 and $2 pullback, right? So absolutely, it fits not only what I love to trade, but then you've got that retracement to go with it.
Nice. I am going to try, just for you guys at home, I'm going to try to catch this for a little bit of a runner. So I'm going to try to show you how I'd play this as momentum. So I'm in with 1 share. I'm instantly putting my stop on this position under the breakout candle for sure. My add spot would be right if it wicks back into that previous high. I do not want this trade if it loses this momentum here. And if we're really surging, you could put your stop really tightly under this 1 minute candle. I just think, you could take 2 stop outs before you catch that thing. But the whole idea is if you're doing that, you're taking very, very little paper cuts for a potential couple dollar squeeze. That's the thought process I'm looking at here. But if this was my cat count, I wouldn't be buying right here probably because it's not my comfortability setup. Just something I'm trying to learn here. So we can definitely keep an eye on that. Watching ASTS just
talking food. Tax says he's making a lemon cake right now. Woo! I love lemon cake. Okay. Yeah, I love all. I mean, I'm a cake guy. Actually, I did make some blueberry pancakes this weekend. They were absolutely bomb diggity. Cakes that you cook in a pan. I gotta have some French toast now. I still need to get a good. And Avery's been talking about getting a good waffle maker. We're just running out of like cabinetry space as far as where we can put all this stuff. So, but French toast, that's on the wheelhouse now. I've been wanting to make some blueberry pancakes for the longest time. I make some beautiful plate size, really thick, fluffy, amazing pancakes. I mean, you could slap. I mean, I'm usually a big syrupy guy. I love it. I'm like Elf on like Elf. I am that is the movie Elf. I'm like, well, we should say I'm like Will Ferrell in Elf. Anyway, I freaking love it. I mean, I'm not that like putting it on all the different things, but when it comes to pancakes, slap some butter and then just syrup it on down, baby. I want some syrup all over my bacon. I lick it on up. This, with mine, usually I don't do them as much. I just want just a little bit because that cake is so good. And usually when the pancakes are that good, you go to like a hole-in-the-wall breakfast joint, you can tell they're definitely fresh and homemade. Ah, man, just a little butter, a little syrup. I gotta taste the cake.
Josh, you know what the difference maker is? This is one of my biggest weaknesses, like whipped butter on a good pancake. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. When like an iPop, you get that little mound of it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And it actually
Chicken
melts nice. Chicken and waffles is beautiful. Yeah. We do that at the house here. Usually when we do that, we don't have a waffle maker, so I just cheat and get Legos.
Said Legos?
Yeah. Avery loves them still. We're like a little kid. Yeah, we just stick with the Legos. Hey, Lego my ego, bro. Come on now. Yeah.
Okay. My brain short-circuited there. I'm like, what are we talking about anymore? I don't even know.
Yeah, you're Lego my ego. Yeah, I know. We just go like the Egos. We just go the simple, frozen, thin guys. Got to go back to that. It's always some seats. So what's up, Kim Life? Kim Life says, hey, Steve, how you doing, brother?
Hey, this is my good friend, Kim Life. He's been in my server for, I don't know, a couple year at least now. Very, very smart cookie. Yeah, he's one of my, I have like fundamental traders as like a security blanket around me because I don't know what the heck I'm doing, right? So I'm like, yo, does this look good? He's like, actually, yeah, that does look good. And I feel so much better inside. So yeah, very, very nice to have you in chat. I see you mentioned in URA. We can definitely take a look at the uranium. I just wanted to, show talk these fibs here. He said, we got to slap a fib on it. It's getting too crazy. How far can we go? Well, we just smashed the 200%. That's a measured move here. That's usually all she wrote. Not when you put a monthly candle with this amount of strength in here. I would be shocked if this candle didn't close bullish, although we do have a few weeks, so I don't want to crush the trade. What I will say is the next continuation level, just from a fib perspective, the 262, that's going to be at 639, and that doesn't look too crazy anymore from here, to be honest. I mean, we're already
shaking my head. What's funny, as much as I love, me some good old semiconductors, I did not know that SMH was a ticker. Of course, it is the VanEck, semiconductor ETF, which again, I had no idea that SMH existed. But I'm glad I do, because boy, oh boy, I'll talk about the moves. But go back to SMCIs and NVDAs of the world. It's hard to want to say put a fib on it and it's going to go right there. I'm sure people were trying to do that with SMCIs. It ran up to 1200 and they were just getting obliterated on the way up. So
actually, why don't we take a look? I'm curious now, because this is a great example of what you can expect on a really, really strong blow off that doesn't have the incredible structural support of, for example, this RAM one. So I'm not saying that the RAM crisis or bubble pop will look exactly like this. I think there's a lot more legitimacy to those rallies than the SMCI one, for example. That being said, when you get these crazy moves, you can expect crazy pullbacks. And if you just take this little range expansion, where it surged from $10 all the way up to 35 when everybody started talking about it. So yeah, if you sold at the 200% of that, you sure felt silly, because this thing screamed another 100%. And that's it's one of those things that, algorithms, they will keep offering a higher price until somebody stops hitting that ask, and they were a little bit crazy on this one. So I wish I had more price history to find a better place to fib this out. But yeah, at the very least, you just can't. What I do is I trim. So I trim here, I trim here. Hopefully I have some left and I trim here. But usually I'm crying at that point because it's going on without me. I see some more chatter about uranium in the chat. I'd love to talk about that, because I do think these are putting in beautiful, beautiful bases. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Can't tell me that's not going to break the heck out in the next month or so here.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, we haven't had any really big momentum trades in the uranium sector for a while, huh? So any that's been on your radar this year, or has it been kind of hands off?
Yeah, hands off.
I figure. Yeah, and I love that too, because Josh, when you've been trading a stock too much, it makes me worried, because it's like, man, that's a lot of volatility he's been capitalizing on. What juice is left for me to squeeze? I'd rather have something that hasn't been on your scanners for months. So on a weekly here, get rid of this. Trying to get rid of that.
Back over to him. Forget. I know we'll go back over that for Power Hour into the closing bell. And of course, as always, we've got the trading challenge today, team. So we've got the link in chat. It's down below as well. It's in the description. Go fill out your prediction. So again, I know we're kind of closing up shop, but do not forget today, Trade the Pool prediction challenge. We got RGTI, we've got ASTS and HIMS. You have 3.5 hours to predict the closing price, or I should say not closing price, but the print time of 5 p.m. Eastern. No, we're going 5:30 today. Ooh, we're going to go a little later. We're going 5:30 today on the print time. So 5:30 Eastern will be the print time you're trying to guess. So that is an hour and a half after the closing bell. You're trying to predict what price it will print at 5:30 Eastern time. Again, 3 today. You can choose from RGTI, ASTS, and HIMS. I would wait till right before that timer goes off and try to predict where you think it could be at the 5:30 print time. So we'll be, again, 3 chances today to win a 5K eval here with Trade the Pool.
I love
and HIMS,
it,
by the way, the point you just brought up, that 3150 mark, super key. That's it. If we get over that and then hold that's that key area up top that you were talking about, and then back down below, the big base of this on this higher low pattern for me is 25. So just throwing out some numbers out there for HIMS.
Love it. Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one, Josh. I have ASTS shares, not a big position, but I have enough to make it fun for me, so I'm going to be looking at that. I'd like to potentially trade some RGTI, potentially some HIMS, want to see those beats, and I'm going to be going over my notes here in my presentation here to confirm my checklist for what I'm going to be looking for into these earnings. So we'll have a lot to talk about, guys. I appreciate all y'all in the chat. I see you guys in here, some new friends becoming regular faces. Mr. Mind Music Muscle, shout it out.
Hey, that's Uncle Chris. That's Uncle Chris to me, man. That's Uncle Chris to me.
I'm sorry. All right, well, Uncle Ken here.
I was saying, you gotta give a shout out. Yeah, Mortal Kombat, dude. Mortal Kombat 2. It was. Have you seen the first one? Well, I think that was another one we have to add to your list, right?
I have not. I played most of them, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you need to go see the. Gotta see the first one. The second one, because let me tell you something real quickly. We saw 2 sequels this weekend. Mortal Kombat 2, and the day after we saw Get Ready or Not to. Ready or Not. Have you seen Ready or Not?
It's on my list. So wait, that's the scary one, right?
Yeah, well, that's the one where the bride has to kill a lot of people and get out of it. It's kind of like it's very fun. If you haven't seen Ready or Not, it's definitely a fun movie. So
okay, I might be mixing it up with another one like Bring Her Back or something. I have a bunch of scary movies on the list, and whenever
Ready or Not's not scary. It actually is a girl's getting married to this family, and this family is very high up on the chain in the world, and they for whatever reason, every time a new person joins the family, have to play a game. There's a list of cards that go into a game, and you twist it, and a card comes out, and they play hide and seek. And so you just you'd think it's called hide and seek, but I think that's why they call it Ready or Not. Like Ready or Not, here I come. That's what you say. So the first one's called Ready or Not. The second one that just came out is Ready or Not, Here I Come. The one thing I love about both these movies, I want to give a shout out, is Mortal Kombat and Ready or Not. The first and the second one, both these movies and the first and the sequels take place within like a day or two. Like within a day or two. And Fifth Element scene, exactly.
I know.
But that's
you guys are hammering me.
So when I saw Mortal Kombat 2, I was like, oh, that's awesome. The first one isn't an actual tournament. The first one, they're trying to come kill the good guys, so they are trying to cheat, right? So that's like there's your little preview of what the first one's about. And the second one is the actual is the tournament. So it all happens within a few days. Ready or Not. You're at the wedding, and then after the wedding is all the chaos, and it's a crazy night I'm telling you got to watch Ready or Not. And then Ready or Not 2, the sequel. And the sequel is literally the very next day. So Ready or Not 1 and 2 take place within essentially a 24-hour period.
I love stuff like that. I was a big fan of 24 back in the day. But all right, Ready or Not? Yes, I am, Josh. I am ready. One more rec for you, just because it was ringing some bells. It's like a kind of spooky comedy, horror, or whatever you want to call it, called It's What's Inside on Netflix. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like a similar thing. Friends get together, they play a game. I won't give too much away, but there's some spooky things afoot. So there's one for you. I do want to just really...
And that's my wife's favorite movie. So what's it called again?
It's What's Inside.
What's Inside. I'm texting her now.
It's a good one. All right. So that's a good one for sure. What I do want to touch on really quick, we could talk movies all day. I know we're over time, but Eagles Rule, go Birds, baby. Eagles Rule saying, where would I buy ASTS if I wasn't in already? So there's 3 areas. Personally, it's hard for me to buy this just into earnings unless I'm saying, hey, it's a position size where if it goes back to 70, I'll just be accumulating, and in 3 months when it does make the move, then I'll be happy. If you're not willing to do that, then be very careful about buying up here. I would wait for a potential dip on earnings. You could see it interact with one of these daily moving averages. You could see a retrace of the opening level and this 21 moving average. That would be 79 to 77.50-ish kind of area. I see a high volume node at 79 and a low volume node at 77. So I would not want to see it lose today's low. I would really not want to see it lose this 73.75, this rising 9 moving average. So ideally, what you'd see, maybe a small pullback either to here, and then you go. You might see a small pullback to here, and then you go. Assuming it's bullish, of course. Always a lot of risk that comes with these earnings plays. So Eagles rule. What I would say, brother, is this is a great time to use that Trade the Pool account. I know I'm selling my book here, but it is what I'm going to be doing personally. I have one tracking share in my real cash account, and then I have a decent little pot in one of these other accounts. So that's how I'm playing it here. I think that there's a lot of room to the upside, but just grain of salt. These things move a lot on earnings. And last thing here, Mr. Chemlife putting out the bat signal on NVEC, the only other Spintronics pure play outside of MRAM. Tiny float, sub 5 million shares. It's going to get discovered at some point. Man, this feels like something we might need to be handing out flowers for next week. So, not financial advice, but wow.
Love handing out the flowers. So, Chem Life, Eagles, TAC, Mind Music, Muscle, Mr. Uncle Chris, Uncle Crow, everyone else that joined today, thank you. And speaking of earnings, come stick around, because of course we have that coming up for you. So come back. We'll put the scanners up until we get the earnings live stream going for you. What do we start that at 3:30 Eastern? Correct, Mundo?
3:30, yes, sir. And the very last thing before you take my screen away, just want to shout outs Fly doing the thing. We should be pushing out from highs a day pretty soon. And this is a nice trade we've taken already for about 3%, and I'm holding. I'm going to raise my stop though. So good job, guys. Appreciate all y'all. And Josh, I'll see you not too long.
And hey, what is on? You got a list of movies to watch for us. So you can top of the list is Fifth Element. Okay, top of the list. We'll start with that one, and then once you get that knocked off, we'll start moving to the other ones. Okay.
All right, that and Ready or Not's on my queue. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh, as always. We will be back shortly. Let's pop it on that scanner.
Yeah, back a bit.